Hey, YouTubers. We are here in Hindman, Kentucky, which is, of course, the center of the universe. With that being said, Claiborne County, Tennessee circles in a very tight orbit around Knott County. And what I mean by that is I'm from Claiborne County, Tennessee. I am Dulcimer Dan Cox. I've been making Dulcimer traditional pieces for over 10 years. I've known the boys up here in Hindman for over 10 years. A lot of this weekend is impromptu. Our beloved Randy is out ill, and friends had some big boots to try to fill. But we're going to wade our way through this and do what we can do, and hopefully you guys will enjoy all this. From the get-go, I want to discuss what we're going to be covering this morning. In traditional Dulcimer, it is a diatonic and a modal instrument. And in order to go from one mode to another mode, we have to retune. And unfortunately, in some of the contemporary circles, retuning is, for whatever reason, just not an option. They tune to what they're going to tune to, and they do what they do. And that's, I mean, if it makes them happy, that's absolutely wonderful. Our saying is, it's your lap and your Dulcimer, and you play it how you want. That being said, the traditional piece, being modal, gives us at least 4 modes that we can play with. To me, that expands on the instrument phenomenally. It's just being able to go from one mode to the next just opens the doors on all the tunes, all the old tunes, and even the contemporary tunes, which primarily mixolydian. I have an hour to talk, and I'm gonna have trouble filling that, so I'm gonna do some history. I'm gonna do background on me. I tell folks all the time I can talk 8 hours for Dulcimer, but it seems like when you're given one specific piece, I don't know about you, but I draw a blank. So let's start with me. Years ago, the ladies at church were playing dulcimers, contemporary. We didn't truly have a music director, but we had a feller that was kind of filling in for that, Rick. And he played dulcimer phenomenally, contemporary, but he also played guitar, and he was an incredible musician. And before services, whatever hymns they had selected, he could do what they call transposing. I don't know what that is. They're changing the keys on everything. But he would make us cheat sheets for whatever we needed, because eventually I joined the ladies that played that morning playing dulcimer. It was kind of like in a cartoon. They come out and they started playing, and at the time I was looking for a new wood hobby. I've been working wood pretty much all my life. And I looked at the instrument and I thought to myself, I can make that, and I bet I can play that. So after that service, I went and talked to Rick, and he was like, oh, absolutely, I'll help you with anything and everything you need. So he was my first mentor, and I started building instruments. That was, I guess, in 13. And I got the first piece put together, and I cut it up with the bandsaw, and I chucked it in the fire barrel because I didn't think it was worth a hoot. So I tried it again. And I'll be perfectly honest with you, I didn't seem to be getting anywhere, which was frustrating because I've been working wood for a very long time. So in my studies on Google, I discovered this feller from Knott County, Kentucky by the name of James Edward Thomas. And I don't know why that rang a bell with me, but it did. And when I started studying his pieces, I was drawn to him. I don't know why, just I got a bug. I had joined the bulletin boards, one of them being Friends of the Mountain Dulcimer. Thank you, Lisa, for all you do. And here in Hindman, there was a feller by the name of Mike Sloan, who was a member there, and I'm sure I asked him 100 questions about James Edward Thomas, and not very long into it, he invited me to Hindman, Kentucky. So I'd planned a day trip, and I drove down to see Doug Naselrode, the director, and Mike Sloan, who was, I guess, still an apprentice at the time. And lo and behold, they had 2 Thomas Dulcimers here that I got to actually hold in my hand and play, and that was like a life-changing phenomenon for me. So when I went home after that, all the pieces I'd built before were just before I'd ever known the Thomas. And since then, the traditional pieces I build are based on Thomas's design, and the only thing I've changed, or I feel like I've changed, is the method of construction. Uncle Ed, as he was referred to, used very, very thin sides on his instruments. With that being said, the thinner the piece, the less surface you have to glue them up. He was using hot hide glue, which is problematic in itself. Today we use it, but we have specific heating pots. They're two double boilers is what they are. And we can set the temperatures on them exact, because if you don't have it warm enough, it gels and you don't get a good adhesion. And if you have it too hot, you ruin the proteins in the glue and you destroy the glue. So he was trying to do this in an old cast iron double boiler, I'm sure, on a stove. And he got his pieces together. If you look closely at his pieces, they had nails in them to facilitate putting the instrument together. He also used tree nails. We don't know exactly how he did the bows in it. I'm going to assume that he used some sort of binding, possibly. He was very secretive. We don't have anything on his construction. Whether anyone asked him or not, we don't know, but there's nothing on that. So here it is, 10 years later. I've been making instruments the whole time. I've completed over 250 pieces. And again, what I make, or what I consider to be traditional pieces, and I'll go over that a little bit. A traditional piece is it's always indigenous woods, generally Appalachian woods. This is a piece of very, very old poplar. It has a walnut staple board tailpiece and peg head. My personal preference is hard maple tuners. Obviously, walnut we use quite a bit. Nothing wrong with that, but just, again, personal preference. The maple, I think, is a superior piece. Walnut was usually used as a nut and bridge. Again, I like to use bone because of the hardness of it, and I think it carries the string vibration through the peg head and tailpiece much better. And you can actually alter the tonal qualities of an instrument by changing these things up, whether it be strings, nut and bridge, wooden, the wood selection. I'm not sure what Randy was going to do this morning. Again, we're going to talk about modes and tunings, but this being a beginner's class, I would rather alienate somebody that's been playing for 40 years than alienate someone that's sitting watching us this morning that's never even held an instrument and is looking into it. I'm going to talk to you a little bit. Again, this is a traditional Appalachian mountain dulcimer. We went through a transitional period, basically, or roughly between 1700 and 1800. Our oldest accepted date for a piece is 1832, which is a John Stiles, I might be getting that wrong, out of Virginia. I got that right. It was a Virginia piece, which is a teardrop. And again, that's the oldest accepted date, and those of us who have made these instruments know that that was not the first piece by any stretch of the imagination. Others like that piece have been built before, so we put the date in around 1800. So with that being said, these have been in this configuration for over 200 years. And I argue with some folks that say this is nothing more than a European zitter. And the reason I argue that is the European zitters were box zitters, which means it was a sound box and it had strings stretched across it. When these instruments came to the Americas and they got into Appalachia, one of the primary instruments was the fiddle. And this instrument, or especially a European box zitter, could not compete with a fiddle. The volume was just not there. The European zitters are just wonderful, wonderful instruments. They sound incredible, but they just have little or no volume. So what I believe the Americans did, originally what they were doing is they were taking the box zitters, setting them on another box, and using that box as a sound box to try to get more volume out of it. So eventually what happened was the zitter, the box zitter that was sitting on top of the sound box got smaller and smaller and eventually became what we call a staple board. These are hollow. One of the transitional pieces that I studied, what we call the staple board or fretboard, was actually 3 pieces of material, 2 sides and a top, so it was hollow, and it was set on top a box to try to get their volume out of it. Interestingly enough, that particular piece had gut string, because we found some gut string that was left on the tuning pegs, which I can assure you, if you have gut string or nylon string on a Dulcimer, which we've done many times, they have no volume. They have a very warm, wonderful tonal quality, but they have no volume. So the Americans is what is referred to as a raised fretboard or staple board, which to me, this has actually now become the zitter, and the zitter is sitting on top of sound box. Again, that does 2 things. I told you about the first one, it gives you more volume. 2, because the zitter is on top of the sound box, now the sound box can be any shape you want. And these originated in the Virginias, and for whatever reason, the Virginians love and still love the teardrops or ellipticals. Some of them have the bout a little closer to the center, or actually in the center, which is roughly the shape of a football. And then in the Cumberland region, for whatever reason, they light to the hourglass. And then some of the speculation is that this piece was trying to copy a violin, even having a lot of these instruments have scrolls on the end. And then James Edward Thomas, and you probably can't see that, but what he would do is he would scribe a faux purfling into the instrument to make it look like purfling on a violin. Painted some of his pieces black. Another thing we can talk about in the history is the finishes. A finished instrument or a finished piece of furniture, as we think of it, was not even a concept 200 years ago, or possibly even 100 or more, say turn of the century. A lot of everything was unfinished. Either the person that bought it or received that piece was the one that would do the finishing on it and would finish it however they wanted. That being said, on the Dulcimer, a lot of them were embellished, which is, it tells me a lot, because if you've ever seen actual images of log cabins, there was very, very little of anything that was embellished. Granny's china in a cupboard that was safely stowed away, but the furniture and just everything in the cabin was pretty bland. But for them to take an instrument and to do that much embellishment to it, I think tells a lot about the instrument and how important those instruments were to them. So other finishes that we use now that's been used forever is a boiled linseed oil and turpentine and a hand rub finish with the oil. And the other was shellac and alcohol, and doing a hand rub finish with the shellac, which is, if it's a little more elaborate, could be referred to as a French polish. And then or on both those would be finished with a wax, or it can actually be finished with beeswax. And you can make your own paste wax, and you can make your own beeswax finish. So we've talked about finish. We've talked about, did we go over the parts? If you've never had one or seen one, this is the tailpiece. It has, or will have, some sort of string anchor, which might just be a little wooden dowel. Historically, they might have been cut nail or a screw of some sort. We have a nut and bridge. This is the nut on the peg head end. This is the bridge on the tailpiece. Some luthiers and luthier-based folks will call this a saddle. I'm not going to argue it. In a zitter, it's a bridge. And then it has the staple board or the fretboard. It has the peg head. In the peg head will generally have some sort of scroll. Has the peg box, and then we'll have the pegs. The pegs actually have 2 pieces. It has a thumb piece and a stem. The stem is tapered so that as you force it in, it wedges, and that's what actually holds it the friction from the wedge is what holds it in place. Some of them would have some sort of device to hang them from. They might drill a hole through it, or they might have a small lanyard. The Virginia pieces might have an open tail piece that has a hole through it that they would put a piece of twine or something through. On the body, it's a bottom or a back. On the top is, again, the top, or in some classifications is referred to as the belly. And the sides are also called bows. They use staples because that's what they had, and the material for the staple could have been predominantly, it was a 50 gauge, not gauge, 50 thousandths broom wire. There were brooms readily accessible on the frontier, and they didn't throw anything away. Some of them would actually recycle the handles and put new, whatever the straw is. I don't know if it's husk or whatever they make the brooms out of. And they would rewind them. And if you used to throw one away, you would save that wire for repair, for this, that, and the other. But you could actually bend staples out of them and place them in particular places to make the frets. And I want to explain this. Another thing on this piece, the inside edge of the bridge to the inside edge of the nut is the vibrating string length. And it can be important, it doesn't have to be important, but it will have certain things that's going to follow that. Generally, the longer the vibrating string length, the lower the tone, and the shorter the vibrating string length, the higher the tone. So if you had a shorter instrument, it would probably be tuned up higher, versus a longer piece is generally tuned down lower. The size of the strings, again, the heavier the string, the lower the tone, and the thinner the string, the higher the tone. The way this actually works, if we used to cut this string at the bridge and the nut, roll it up tight and put it on a scale, we could weigh it, and it would have a specific weight, and that's called the mass. We actually measure them in the diameter of the string, but what we're actually dealing with dynamically is the weight of the string. A heavier string will vibrate slower, a lighter string will vibrate much quicker. With that being said, then the placement of the staples, we're going to talk a little bit about our intonation. And the system we use on this instrument is diatonic, and diatonics have been around for well over 2,000 years. It's ancient Greek. The names of our mode are Greek. There was this cat named, and I'm going to say this wrong, Pythagoras. I'm from East Tennessee, so I'm allowed to mispronounce it. Pythagoras was some sort of mathematician, and for whatever reason, he picked up on this scale, which was very common at the time in music. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. In contemporary world, I think that is a C major natural. What does that mean? I don't know, other than it does not have any sharps and any flats. It is C, D, E, F, G, A, B is the 7 notes, and when we pick up the upper tonic, the C again, which is basically the same note as the lower C, that is a scale, which they call the Ionian scale. And all of our system is built off of that. When we start on our 3rd fret, that starts do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, that is the Ionian scale. If we come up 1 fret, it starts the next scale. When we come up the next, it starts the next scale. So each one will start a mode. Our instruments are set up in the Mixolydian. And this is why we believe that's said. If you find an old instrument, which I'm going to apologize for cutting out a screen, but Don Petty just happened to have one sitting here, which is wonderful. What we have here is wide, wide, narrow, wide, wide, wide. The wide spaces are full. The short spaces are half. All right, what does that mean? That's a full note, and that's a half note. But in the Ionian scale, they're all actually whole notes. I don't know why. It's the phenomenon of the ancient Greek Ionian, and it is truly a phenomenon because it's still around today and it's still used. But I'm going to tell you a little secret behind the Ionian scale. So what I'm saying is, I am Ionian off the nut. I am do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. How do we come up with the Ionian scale? Everything in diatonics has to do with relationship and how the strings relate to one another. In the Ionian scale, if we go open, it's do, re, mi, fa, so. So if we come up 5, let's see. Do, re, mi, fa, so. So, thank you. Okay. Do, re, mi, fa, so. So is a 5th note away, which makes it a perfect 5th. If we come up to our upper tonic C, if it were C, we come up to our, let's call it tonic, we come up to our upper tonic, from the 5th to the upper tonic is a perfect 4th. Now if we go from our perfect upper tonic to a perfect 4th, that's a perfect 5th away from each other. This is very important because in our tuning, we have straight modes and we have reverse modes. And this is why the whole system works, is because the scale doesn't know if the perfect 5th is above or below. So we go. All these notes are a perfect 4th or a perfect 5th away from each other within that scale. And that's basically what makes up the Ionian phenomenon. We've got some construction going on in the basement that's not Ron tapping his banjo, or I'm sorry, his fiddle foot, which drives Mikey nuts. But all right, we'll progress. Back end screen. I've gone over the instrument. I've gone over a little bit of intonation. Let's talk about what is different between a traditional piece and a contemporary piece. Let me see what we have here. Okay, here we go. This is a beautiful, it looks like, I think it's a Presnell. I'm sorry, I apologize. This is a Glenn. They were neighbors and cousins, so that's an honest mistake. The contemporary pieces, again, the nut and bridge are at the ends of the sound box, which is good. But what they've done is they've gone to what we refer to as a guitar style fret. The staple board, or now the fretboard, is actually wider, and this instrument can now be chorded like a guitar. And in play, the traditional piece would either had been finger danced with their fingers, i.e. Don Petty style, or played with a noter, which was historically what we call a bit of reed, which is river cane, just a short section. So I would play this with a noter, versus the contemporary piece, they chord. I'm not sure what's going on here. Okay, that's not right, but again, what I'm saying is it would have been, or it is, in the contemporary, they note it and chord it as you would a guitar. But they also pick, on many of the contemporary pieces, they will have some sort of machine tuner, like a banjo or a guitar or ukulele. The finishes are generally a lacquer, which can be done very, very quickly, which for production makes a big difference, because they can't spend 10 days to 2 weeks hand rubbing hand finish on a piece. They generally have a wound bass string, which gives it a very different tonal quality. I guess that's about it. Finish play. That's all I can think of. All right. And I would like to add, if you have any questions, Mikey's going to interrupt me so we don't have to wait till the end of the discussion. If I know what you're asking, I can better refer to it in the class, and hopefully you'll understand it a little better. So in the chat, don't hesitate to ask questions, and Mikey translate them to me. Contemporary. Generally, not always, some clubs play DAA, which is Ionian, and some clubs play DAD, which is Mixolydian, and I'm going to explain why it's Mixolydian. I took a chance, and today I selected DAD because I wasn't sure who was going to be watching, and again, I didn't want to alienate anyone. On the online bulletin boards, what I've found is a lot of folks lean towards going or starting in a club, and again, most of the clubs I know play DAD, and if yours doesn't, I understand some of them do play DAA. You got a question or?
Barbara asked what tuning.
All right, we are going to start in DAD. All right, I'm using my phone. There are apps on phones. There are a lot of free apps on phones. If you buy one, I think they're like $4 or $5. They're relatively inexpensive. And this is generally, that's what I use because I always have my phone with me. A lot of people like using the electronic tuners, and they're wonderful. You have to worry about the batteries going dead, and I will give you a heads up. If you're going with a traditional piece, these don't fit on the peg heads very well. A machine head, like on a guitar or banjo or whatever, this fits very nicely. But trying to get this to work in around, because the pegs are so tight on it, and you can't get it around the actual peg head, that they don't work very well. So I generally use my phone. I just lay it on the lower bout. With that being said, Pano Tuner is what I use. P-A-N-O. Do the search at the App Store, and again, I think it's only a few dollars, and I'm going to tell you why I enjoy this app. The app's sideways. I don't know why, and I don't think you can convert it, but it works good because when you lay it on your lower bout, it's aligned in the right inclination. You can see it. So we're going to start with D, A, D. So, how many we got following, Mikey?
We've got viewing.
Yeah, viewing, I'm sorry. If you have never tuned an instrument before and you've got it in your lap, or maybe you've been tuning for quite some time, I'm gonna tell you a trick that I use, and I do this in both traditional and contemporary. What I do is I always slack it off first and then bring it up to key. I will do the same thing on a wooden peg, except generally I will naturally pull it just a tiny bit sharp, and then I will tug on that string until it lowers to where it's in tune. And the reason I do that, if you're don't fight the tuners, because unless you have them, if you're using them every day and you have them conditioned properly, they'll work really, really good. If you don't, you use it every now and then, it's best to pull it sharp and then tug the string down to where it's going to be in tune, and it will hold the tune better. And I found in regular tuning, if I slack it off and then bring it up, I've stretched it to that point, and it will hold the tune better. But if you have another way of doing it and it worked for you for 40 years, don't change anything. I'm talking to suggestions for the newbies. All right, we are tuned DAD. Why? Why does everyone tune DAD? to me, it's Mixolydian. But Mixolydian has to do with the relationship between the strings. I can play Mixolydian if I slack this down to CGC or any configuration of what we're going to call do, so, do. That is what we play in. In modal play, we play do, so, do, or fa, do, do. Forget about the second one. Don't even worry about it. We're going to play do, so, do, which starts our scale on the nut, which makes it Mixolydian. So when you're in DAD, you can play any Mixolydian tune ever written, and you have all the notes, because on these instruments, as far as chromatics go, you're missing the black keys on the piano, we'll say. If we liken this, not this one, if we liken this one to a piano, these are the white keys on a piano. We're missing the 5 black keys, which is our pentatonics. And when we add the pentatonics with the diatonics, we have chromatic. So we have the whole rainbow. But the way this system works, in the diatonic, we have a lower tonic, an accompanying perfect fifth, and an upper tonic. And that gives us our bass. Any Mixolydian tune ever written. So you've played like that forever. You've learned to tune your instrument to DAD. What I hope to gain in this class is for, one, the new folks not to be afraid to retune. And if you are afraid to retune, I'm going to show you a way to do it. It's relatively easy. It works, and it will open up a whole new world for your playing. On the contemporary pieces, one of the things I missed, and the difference between the traditional, is there are no additional staples. This is a diatonic staple board. If I go from one mode to the next, I retune, and then once I'm in that mode, I have all the notes. What has happened in the contemporary is we've added a 6.5 and a 13.5. So what we can do now in the Mixolydian mode is do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, because we have the 6.5 fret. You don't have to have a 6.5 fret. And this is another reason I want to encourage folks to retune. If you have an Ionian tune and you play it in Mixolydian and you're fudging the notes, or the what we call accidentals, the notes that you would not necessarily have, you're fudging the tune. But if you play these tunes in their actual modal configuration or relationship, the tunes just sound so much better. It's a more pure, wonderful sound. I just played you a little bit Mixolydian. So it sounds really, really good. If I was to try to play you another tune out of mode, it's not going to sound so good. So the first thing we're going to do, I was telling you that there was a straight and a reversed. We have a lower tonic. We have a perfect accompanying. We have a perfect fifth as an accompanying note, and we have an upper tonic, which makes up the bass note. That is what we call forward. We can also remember that the perfect fourth is a perfect fifth below the upper tonic. We're just going the other way. We can use that in our tuning to our advantage, because if I naturally play a DAD, what I can do is I can take my center string and I'm going to lower it to a G. Okay, now we have D as our lower tonic. Actually, it's not, but the bass note is G. The center drone is G, and the upper, or the melody string is D. What that does is gives us D, G, D. So we are tuned to what we're going to call 148 or DGD, and it is what we call a reversed Ionian, because what we've done is we've reversed the lower tonic and a perfect accompanying fourth. Because when we come up and we note the third fret or staple, it's a G. So now the center drone is the lower tonic, G, and the melody string noted on the third fret or staple is G, the upper tonic G, and your bass string is now the perfect accompanying fourth, which is a perfect fifth below the upper tonic. And I hope I just didn't blow everybody's minds, because I'm gonna get sidetracked for a second. Years and years ago, I was told that the modal scales and everything was the easiest musical system there was. So I downloaded a PDF, and after about the fourth or fifth page of all this simplicity, I kind of glazed over. If you can understand that everything we're doing is a relationship between the strings, and take the notion of key, because the old saying is, it ain't got no keys, you just play it. What that means is it's a modal instrument, and so long as we're in the proper mode, we have all the notes that we need to play that mode. So, next thing, this can be as complicated as you want, or it can be as simple as you want. If you get your piece and you tune DAD, and you sit on your porch and you learn You Are My Sunshine, it's all good. Again, it's your lap and your Dulcimer, you play it however you want. If you want to advance in that and one day play like Don Petty and do the finger dancing and just fiddle tunes and every mode that you could ever imagine and probably then some, that's okay too. Again, what I'm trying to encourage is learning another mode. And again, with that being said, I've just explained why that is a reverse. You don't have to know why that's a reverse. All you have to know is, I play DAD, I want to play Ionian, so I slack my center string to G, and now I'm in Ionian. You're done. Now you can play any and all Ionian tunes. The bass is now the third fret or staple, and that's the Ionian scale. And you're playing in the Ionian mode, so your Ionian tunes are going to sound better because they're being played in the actual mode that they were written or made up in. That's all you need. You're changing one string, one note. And in order to go back, you just simply take your G, pull it back up to A, you're in tune again, and you're right back where you started. Or we can do the full round robin, and I can have you play all four modes by changing one string, one note. We went from DAD, we tuned the center string from A to G. Now what we're going to do, and all right, let me back up just a little bit. Mixolydian and Ionian are the two major scales. I told you that the Ionian is a major natural. The Mixolydian, I don't know what it is, but it is also a major scale. There are two additional modes that we use. There are actually 7, but we only play 4. Mixolydian and Ionian are our two major scales, but we also have Aeolian and Dorian is our minor tuning. And then some of you may have heard or referred to, let's see, the straight would be DAC. Yes. No, yes, the forward mode tuning for Aeolian is DAC. And some folks refer to that as the Shady Grove tuning, which is a easy way to remember it. But 900 miles or Reuben strain or 500 miles, depending on which version of that you do, is their Clucko Hen. I'm drawing a blank now, but there are a lot of minor tunings, and those are just incredible, wonderful, fun tunes that you have to stretch a little bit and get comfortable and changing that string and putting it where you want it and being able to pick up all those tunes. In our round robin, we are now in a reversed Ionian. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take our D melody string, we're going to slack that to a C, from D to C. Now we're playing, and we are tuned to D, G, C. And that is the tuning for a reversed Dorian. And Dorian is a minor tuning that starts on the 4th fret or the 4th staple. Some tunes, depending on which notes they use within their scale, can be played in more than one mode. And Shady Grove is one of them. We can play Shady Grove, or this version of it, in either Dorian, or we can play it in Aeolian, and they both sound pretty incredible. So let's listen to Little Shady Grove. Let's first make sure we are D, G, C, reversed Dorian. And our scale starts on the 4th staple or fret, and now we have D, G, G, D, G, G, but we're starting on the 4th fret or staple. So you just picked up your first minor tuning in your song or tune book that would probably add a lot of tunes that you can now play if you're not afraid to move one string, one note. So our next piece in the round robin is we're going to take our center drone, which is tuned to a G. We're going to put it back where it started at A. So now we are tuned D, A, C. DAC is the forward or straight Aeolian, and it starts on the 1st fret or staple. So when we note the 1st fret or staple, we now have D-A-D. Which is our bass note. And once again, it's a minor tuning because of the relationship of the rest of the notes within it. It's a minor tuning, so we can now play Shady Grove again. I don't know about on your instrument, on my instrument, it seems that Aeolian for that tune just rings so much better. And I don't know if it's the instrument or just my personal preference today, because it changes from day to day. This is the next wonderful thing about changing tunings is I was saying that some tunes, depending on the notes within the scale, can be played in more than one mode. you may prefer a reverse Dorian to a straight Aeolian, or you may prefer the straight Aeolian to a reverse Dorian. Seeing the tune could be played in either one. So that's giving you an option to kind of tweak that tune to sound as best as it can sound on your instrument. And most instruments will have sweet spots, whether it be the what it's tuned to, or it might. Some folks will have a specific instrument that just plays an incredible or Aeolian or Ionian or whatever, and they will tune it generally to that and just leave it, and they have another instrument for changing the tunings on. I don't recall all the tunes. There's a bunch of them, and I have difficulty on this piece because it has the additional frets. I have a 6.5 and a 13.5. And actually, I didn't say anything. I'm gonna get interrupted again. We're almost done with our round robin. I just finished this piece yesterday morning, so this piece is for sale. You'll notice that it has the strange looking pick guard on here. This is a brand new instrument, and with my method of play, I scratch them up pretty bad on the tops. So I took adhesive tape and stuck this to it so I wouldn't tear the instrument up. But that's actually a blonde walnut. The staple or fretboard actually has some blonde walnut in it, which kind of gives it a two-tone effect, and just the most incredible, beautiful black walnut that you could ask for. I believe our supplier is out of Tennessee, which I've been told has the blackest, most beautiful walnut in the world, but that's just what I've been told. These pieces have ebony nut and bridge. They're sporting Whitner fine-tune tuners, which are German. They're incredible pieces. And from not very far away, they truly look like ebony tuners. It also has an ebony string anchor. It is somewhat a replication of a James Edward Thomas, a little modified. It has a wider fretboard on it, so it can be noted or chorded, which I'm not very good at. It has the conventional frets versus the staples. It is a French polish. We're using shellac on them and then buffing them out with a paste wax and steel wool. It has, I think I had mentioned earlier that James Edward Thomas used a faux purfling, which is nothing more than a scratch on the top and bottom. And of course, the upside down hearts, which Ed Presnell would tell you that hands and hearts to the Lord. So the hearts were not made for people; they were pointing to heaven. And as you heard, it's a pretty good sounding instrument. And again, it's for sale. Get in contact with Mikey through the website, and he can give you more information or direction for ordering one online. So I said we's almost through our round robin. We are tuned DAC. Again, what some folks refer to as the Shady Grove tuning. And to get back where we started, we're simply going to take our melody string, which is at a C, and you go back to D, and we are D-A-D, which is Mixolydian, like now you know is off the nut. And again, if you're in a club that plays D-A-D, that's all good. If you are in a club that plays D-A-A, this round robin works almost exactly the same way in D-A-D as it does D-A-A. It's the forward and reverses are backward to one another, but all four modes can be tuned one note, one string, one note, and do the full four modes from D-A-A. Still no questions? If you have any questions, traditionally, instruments were tuned Ionian. And the reason I didn't say DAA is because generally they were CGG. It was a little bit lower. One of the theories is the folks would tune generally to how they sang, which means they may be tuned up much higher. But what we can call this, actually, if we're using the number system, is a 155 or do so so, which gives us do so do on the third staple. Still no questions. Wow, I don't know if that's good or bad. Whether I put them to sleep or whether I so fully explained everything that they don't have any questions. How many minutes do I have? See, I don't even know what time I started. I have 8 minutes. That's incredible. That's incredible. So actually, I filled it up pretty good. I wish we had some questions.
Did you show them your modifications?
Yeah, I showed them. Actually, I didn't show it close. I don't know how close I can get. I was putting this up, and Mikey stops by my work table, and he says, "Oh, you know what? You need to taper the edges of that. That would be really cool." So we tapered the edges, and again, this pick guard was it was just made up so I wouldn't scratch this brand new instrument. So I tapered the edges of the heart and tapered the edges. Oh, okay, I can see now. Tapered the edges of the pick guard. Let's see, how do I? There it is. So we kind of have a 3D effect going on there, and we thought that was pretty cool. So, I guess with that being said, you contact Mikey and tell him you want this instrument. We'll just go ahead and throw in this impromptu pick guard with it if you'd like it. These instruments are actually handmade. With that being said, they're not exact. I mean, these are by no stretch of the imagination assembly line pieces. We got a young man, Dylan. I know he can make at least 2 instruments a week, but these are handmade instruments. I mean, he cuts each and every piece and fits it together, same way I make them, same way Uncle Ed made them, I suppose. We use a slightly different jig system, but again, the final configuration is true to Uncle Ed Thomas. Okay. I'm going to share a tune I wrote for my mama. It's an Ionian tune, and it's called Brown Eyed Janie. That was a shortened version. It usually doesn't have a power drill in the background. That was a strange accompaniment. Mikey, did I forget to welcome them to the 2023 Hindman Dulcimer homecoming?
Yep.
Center of the universe in Hindman, Kentucky, and again, Claiborne County circles a very close orbit around that. So we're, and then I've been told by our lovely Sarah Kate that all roads lead to Hindman, and I hadn't thought about that, but the more I think about it, how true that is. And like last night, how all the stars kind of gathered together, and then that happens here. It happens here a lot, or it's happened every time I've ever been here. I'm sorry, Mikey said we got some questions.
Let's see. Mark Trimble says, "Do you know of any good resources for songs in these tunings?"
Yes. I'm not going to be able to read or tell you the website. Okay, Dulcimer Dan, Dulcimore, not Dulcimer. He is a hammer dulcimer player, and he will not forward my emails. Dulcimer, Dulcimore, Dan, @gmail.com. If you email me with that question, I can turn you on to a whole bunch of tablature for any of these modal tunings. And then if you are a beginner and you do not read standard music notation, you don't need to with this instrument. The tablature for this instrument, we're going to assume you know the tune and you want to learn it. It's going to be a line of numbers. And what that is 0, which is the nut, first staple, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, 8, 9, 10, whatever. So it's just a string of numbers, and then that's how we learn the tune. We have a cheat sheet with the note placement for the staple or the fret for the tablature instead of having to read standard music notation. So, but yes, they're any and every song. And I have friends that if we can't find a tablature, I have a friend in Anderson County, Tennessee, that pretty much out of his head can write it down for you, whether you need it in standard music notation or just a string of numbers. Okay, I hope that answered his question. Yes, we have plenty, but contact me.
Paul wants to talk about adding a capo to the modal tunings.
Okay, no. No. When these other young ladies come up, Sarah Kate, are you doing, Lorinda, are you doing another dulcimer section?
Yes.
When they are contemporary players, in the traditional dulcimer, there is no capo because your drum, you cannot change the drone. The drone has to stay where it is, and a capo will not work because in order for a capo to work precisely, it has to push up again the fret. And we don't have full fret. We just have partial staple, just enough for the melody string. So, sorry, no. In modal tunings, no. But with that being said, they can tell you how to play a modal scale in the contemporary or, the contemporary dulcimer. Yes.
Next one. 2010 Soloist says, when you do the same with the DAA tuning, do the names of the modes change or do they stay the same as the DAD ones?
When you put the round robin, when you put a DAD, again, the DAA, they're basically opposite. We started with a forward Mixolydian. You're going to start with a forward Ionian. So when you go from Ionian to Mixolydian, you're then going to go to reverse. Again, if you email me, I can send you the cheat sheet for the DAA round robin. So they can follow that cheat sheet. But with that being said, the forward and reverse will change. The names of the modes do not change. When you start on the nut, it will always be mixolydian. When you start on the first staple, it will always be aeolian. When you start on the third staple, it will always be Ionian, and when you start on the fourth, it will always be Dorian. That doesn't change. With that being said, there's ways of playing modes contemporary, like the guitar guys, they got a different system, and when they're playing modes, it's not the same as what we're doing. Okay, contact me at dulcimerdan.com, and I will send you that PDF. Okay, and Lorinda is going to share in her class. I'm assuming she has written a book on all that. Again, I'm traditional, and we don't expand beyond that. It's just, it is what it is. Yes, sir. You got another one? Or?
Question. This last one, I believe. Paul says, how did you know to play Shady Grove in that mode?
Let's see. Well, one, all right, there's two different ways of looking at that. One, I had heard the tune, probably Gene Ritchie. Oh, wasn't that like a 1950s? And that, she was Seeger? I think Seeger was sitting watching her. Anyway, when you hear certain tunes, they talk to you. And then the first thing you do is you Google it or whatever search you use. And then it can be confusing, unfortunately, because there's so many folks that will, I think it's called transcribing. So what they can do, because they're using additional frets, is they can play other modes in other tunings because they're fudging or cheating the note. If you're chromatic, you can play anything anywhere. But if you're diatonic, you can't. But Shady Grove, I think the way I learned it, I think was Gene Ritchie, and then I studied it from there. And what I do, this is another trick, go to YouTube, Google it, listen to 25 different versions, find the one that you like, the one that speaks to you, and then work on that one. And then put the other ones away. Don't let them confuse you. Stay with the one you like, that one speaks to you for whatever reason, and then learn that. And I'll also encourage, if you're going traditional, we have a blog, or not a blog, I guess it's a bulletin board, The Traditional Appalachian Dulcimer. We got some can-tag Chris Omen, but for the most part, they don't bite hard. And but there's a lot of information there, and some of these guys have been doing this for well over 40 years, and they play traditional. There's not a whole lot of folks that do that, but they'll share. And again, if you want tablature, we got guys there that can, if they don't have it, they'll write it for you. I hope that answered the question. Any more? Or? I have had so much fun. Again, there's no way I can fill Randy's boots. We pray that he heals quickly and he's getting back to us. I love Dulcimer. I'm so blessed to work part-time at the string instrument company, Troublesome Creek String Instrument Company. And we're going to sign off, and I'm going to say we love you and God bless. We got lots more great and wonderful stuff coming up, so stay tuned. Thank you, thank you. I just did it, and I said, how much?
Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy that I got to hear part of Dan's presentation on the modal playing on the Dulcimer, and I'm anxious to try some of that out on my new Dulcimer. But many of you out there, I know, play I won't call it the traditional Dulcimer. I'll just say the more modern Dulcimer with all of our 6.5 frets. Mine has the 1.5, it has the 8.5. And so that does allow me to play in modal keys without retuning, and I do use the capo. So I do like that modern convenience. It's kind of like, I still like my microwave in addition to the oven. So it's good to know how to do both. And so we're going to start today with playing in, all of these songs are going to be in Aeolian, E Aeolian mode. And whether I have the capo on or not, we're going to get this sound starting with the fret number 1 being the first note of the scale. So you hear right away when I go from fret 1, 2, 3, you know it's going to be in a minor sound. So if you just play up and down the scale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, or E, F sharp, G, A, B, A, G, F sharp, E. That speaks minor to you right away. Now, if you want to strum and still get that minor sound, if I don't fret any of the other strings, you're going to hear it's going to clash if I strum across this. I'll just strum across and play that same 5 notes. Something not quite right about that, is there? So, because my scale is starting on 1 on the E, if I strum across and have that A and D drone ringing, it's going to clash a little bit. So if I don't put a capo on, then I can just go ahead and finger chords across the other strings when I need it to give me the chords that I need and keep this in the key of E minor. So now, if I play those first 3 notes, it's quite a stretch if I'm going to go all the way up. With 1, I'm going to change the A to a B and the D to an E. Now we have an E minor chord. Didn't go all the way up to 5. If I wanted to go up to 5, then I would have to move my position up because I can barely get that 5. But I can do an E minor chord, 3, 4, 5. So that's the concept that I'm using in this first piece that I'm teaching, and I hope that you found it and downloaded it and printed it all ready to go. We're going to be learning Deus Meus. This is a very, very old Irish hymn. It's one of the first hymns that was written in both Latin and the Irish Gaelic. There are many, many great recordings of this you'll find on YouTube, and there are many, many verses if you'd like to sing it. We're going to just learn the melody and the instrumental version, and it's in a minor mode, so we're going to play it in E minor using chords. Let's learn the melody first. Here's the basic melody. it's E or 1, oh, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. See if you can find that much, just the melody on this treble string. So right now I'm ignoring all those other numbers. I'm only looking at the numbers on the treble to get that melody. Let's do that one more time. The next phrase, gonna jump all the way up to 5, where we did our warm-up, and that's as far as you actually will have to move for this tune. Here's the next phrase. Just going down the scale. That first part, just make your way down the scale. 2 B's, A, G, F sharp, E, and do a little turnaround. F sharp, G, F, E. So here's the second phrase. That's the bottom of your scale right there on 1. Do a little pickup. 2, 3, 2, 1. Let's put those two together. Here's the first part. Starts on 1. 1, oh, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Going all the way up to the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 2, 3, 2, 1. The third phrase, we're going to start on that 5. Hover on that 5. And I made a mistake earlier. I said we only go to the 5. We do have one note above it. We go up to that C natural, the 6. Be sure you're using a 6 and not a 6.5. And then down the scale. So can we go down that scale? 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. One more time. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the same turnaround that you had before. 2, 3, 2, 1. And you're gonna like this last part because it's just like the first part. 1, oh, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. That is the whole tune. So let's play just the melody all the way through. Here's phrase 1, which was just like the last phrase. Phrase 2, we're going to start at the 5, repeat the 5, and go down the scale. A little turnaround. Let's go to that 5 again. This time we're going to stay on the 5, pick up the 6 for 1 beat, and back down the scale. Turn around, 2, 3, 2, and takes us right into that last phrase, which is like the first phrase. 1, 1, oh, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. So as Dan was saying earlier, you know, when you hear this song, if you're you're trying to figure it out, you know, okay, it's in minor. What are my choices for playing in minor? And so if you think about what are the minor chords that you play on your dulcimer, you play E minor, you play B minor, you play A minor. So you could really work it out in any of those. I like the E minor because we have almost we have that whole first octave accessible to us, and all those chords are easy to, they're chords that we're familiar with. So we'll now take that melody, which we picked out on 1. It's also easier for me sometimes just to start at the bottom of the fretboard when I'm picking out a tune. And so 1 gave me the scale. But now to make it minor, I'm going to add the other 2 ones. And I have the E minor across the strings. So I'm going to strum across and just pick the bass to fill in for that half note. And I'm just going to lift my pinky and go back to the bars just for that one note. Now on the next part of the song, 2, 3, 2, I actually like that major sound, so I'm not going to put any other notes down, any other frets down or strings, just strum open for the D. And then go back to covering or bar chord for the 1, 1, 1 for the E minor. The next phrase, remember, started up on the 5, and in our warm-up we said if you fret 3 on the bass, 2 in the middle, 5 on the treble, you've got an E minor. So we can use that chord for the next part of the song. 5, 5, 4. Now move down to the 1, 1, 1 again, and my scale goes on down. I'm going to use my thumb. 3, 2, 1. I'm going to open it up to the 2, 3, 2. And instead of strumming the 1, I'm just going to pick each note of the chord separately. So let's do that much from the beginning. The first 2 phrases. 1, ready, go. Strum, pick. 1, open, 1, 2, 3, 2. Pick 1, 1, 1. E minor 3, 4, 5. E minor 1, 1, 3. Open D chord. Pick the E minor. Next phrase is where we hovered around that 5, so that 3, 4, 5 works perfect there for my E minor. Then I went to that 6, so I'm going to find, that tells me that I'm going to want an A minor chord to go with that. There's our 6, 4, 4. So we're going from E minor to A minor. I'm going to hold that down while I play 6, 5, 4. Even though I'm not strumming across it, it will still ring. Slide down to the E minor. So let's do those 3 measures again, because notice that I'm strumming on the first beat only, but I'm holding them down so you can still hear the chord ring through. I want it to sound minor. Pick, strum, pick, strum, pick. Open it up. Back to our beginning 1. So by just utilizing our E minor chords, the A minor, and of course D is easy, just open. So we can play the whole song without using a capo. This one, the melody works, and you can look at some of the tunes you've got and see if you can work it out. Many times you'll be able to do that without having to use a capo if you don't want to, if you want the sound of the open strings. And you're okay with doing the chording. So let's try that all the way through. 1, 2, 3. Now that's exactly how it's written on the tab. So that's pretty straightforward and mechanical. So I'm going to play it again now, and I'm going to make try to be a little bit more expressive with it. Maybe hold some of the notes a little longer. Maybe do some slides or pull-offs, and just kind of personalize it a little bit based on the tab that you have. 1. So you can play along and not do anything with it. Just read it straight through. 1, 2, 3. All right, so I hope you enjoy that tune, and I liked starting this with something that did not have the capo, so you can understand what these note names are, where that scale lies. E, F sharp, G, A, B, C, D, E. If you're looking at the key signature, you'll see that it just has one sharp, because E minor and G are relatives, relative major and minor. So when you see something with just that one sharp, it could be G major, it could be E minor. I won't get into the modal possibilities. And the next song that we're going to do also has just the one sharp in it, and this is going to be Lord Lovell. This is a beautiful tune. Now, this one, the reason I play it with the capo is that I love playing this with the noter. And I hope I can find my noter. There, yeah, good, there it is. I keep losing my noter. So I like playing it with the noter, but I was playing it at a time when I didn't want to retune. I didn't feel like I had time or something, I can't remember. And so I thought, I think this will work if I put the capo on E minor. So I'm gonna put it on 1 because that's the fret I was barring, 1, 1, 1. So essentially that capo does the bar chord for me. It does not change the name of the notes, and I know that's confusing, but when I look at both of these pieces of music, you can see that they're the same. The notes are the same. They're both in E minor, and so just when I put the capo on, it just allows me to strum all the way across and get an E minor sound. Remember when I played that Deus Meus and I tried to strum across, it didn't sound good because it had D's ringing against it. So this just allows me not to have to put that bar down and just strum across. That means I could also use a noter. Now the very first note starts on this pickup into the 3 on the middle string. So I'm going to just use my finger to reach across in that middle. I usually take my middle finger, reach across, play that by itself, and then you don't have to note anything, thank goodness, on that first note. So it gives you plenty of time to bring your noter into your hand. That's such a lovely, beautiful, haunting tune, and especially with the noter. Now, the noter I'm using is actually the end of a quill. We have feathered friends in our barnyard at home, so I'm not sure if this came from a turkey or a peacock. It's really thick, so I'm thinking maybe it came from a turkey. And I just use the thick end. I like the way it glides across the fretboard. So in playing this, we don't have to talk about chords. I choose just to get to really let that modal sound ring through. Since I barred it, I don't have to worry about that. And you notice I didn't even, list any chords on this at all. So let's just work through it. The first line is the first phrase. Again, I'm going to pick the 3 in the middle, and then I will stop and let you. I forgot to let you ask questions after Deus Meus. So after this tune, we'll have a little question and answer break. Here's 3 in the middle, and then as I'm curling my note around, I can go ahead and start strumming and get that ready. 1 is already capoed. I know sometimes the music has 1 written out, sometimes it has 0 for open. In this case, I left it as 1. You should be familiar with that since we've already talked about E minor. So 1 is just open strum, 2, 3, 2. Next part, we're going to start going up the scale, 3, 4, 5. Now, in this song, we get to go all the way up to the top of the scale, that 8. Now, notice that we're using the 1, 3, 5 a lot. That's because those are chord notes in the E minor. E, G, B, E. 1, 3, 5, 8. O, 3, 5, 8. I say O because the capo's there. So those are your chord notes. And that second phrase starts on the 3, centers around the 5 and goes up to the 8. Back to the 8 again. Down to the 6, rest on the 5. Quick notes down to 3, 2, 1. The 1 is open. 3, 4, 3, 2, 3, 2. Open or 1, 2, 3. Little turnaround on 5, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's try it all the way through. And it's in 3, 4 times, so I'm just keeping a 1, 2. I'm basically strumming the rhythm of the lyrics. Yeah, I'm not putting, except at the end, there are a couple of times where you have that long dotted note tied. I'm doing some fill-ins, but mostly I'm just strumming the rhythm of the notes, which is what I like to do. 1, 2. So it has a very different sound from Deus Meus when we use the chords, and I use the picking versus the strumming. But it's nice to have that contrast and be able to do both. Could you play Deus Meus with the noter and the capo? Certainly, you could. Let me get pause right here and see if we have any questions. No? Okay. Maybe maybe everyone's off eating lunch. Or maybe you just got it. Between Dan's workshop and mine, you're keeping right up. And Dan mentioned, the resources for modes. And I will mention that one of my first books published, actually it might have been my very first one by Mel Bay, was called Dulcimer a la mode, because I was very curious about the modes. And I was not using the capo at all. I did retune the Dulcimer DA. In this case, I would have tuned it to DAC. And I put together, pardon me?
Do you do that first middle string notes?
Do I do that first middle string, what? Okay, so that first middle string, you can't do that with a noter, right? So what I do is I hold my noter in my hand like this. Oh, can they see that? Okay, all right, so I've got it right here where it's very close to where my position is going to be. And then my middle finger right here is I just move it over to the string, pluck that one string, and then turn my hand over and get in position. Like I said, this one's a little bit easier to do because you've got two open strums. So I doing that with my finger, and then I've got my noter ready to go. Yeah, so I was talking about when I did the Dulcimer a la mode, I had those 4 sections in it, and I had 5 different modal tunes in each one. So it would be interesting if you wanted to go and look at those tunes that are in that book and see how you could apply it now with the capo, or in the different tunings that Dan was showing you on the Dulcimer. Yeah, it's just endless possibilities what you can do with it all. That's what I've done. I started out retuning to really understand and learn the modes, and then started playing with, okay, if I don't want to retune, then what are other possibilities? Playing with chords, playing with the noter. Playing with the capo, which we're going to do on this next song, and I'm going to move right into that to make sure we've got plenty of time. I think we're doing good. Yeah. So the next one is a nice, fun, patriotic song, When Johnny Comes Marching Home. It is one that is always a fun song to play in programs. My groups at the assisted living always love this. Now, I do have, this one kind of puts together elements of the first song, which is using chords, and elements of the second song, which is using capo, but I'm not going to use the noter on this one. I'll play through it first. So that's a fun tune to play, but it does use some different chords that we've used so far. So we're going to break this down, give everyone a chance to really learn this. So the first part of the tune is strictly an E minor until you hit the last note. And I like going to a G chord there. So I have the D. I want the D on the middle string, so I'm going to avoid hitting that. Instead of strumming across, this is what you get if you strum all the way across. I'm going to strum just from the middle out. That gives me a D and F sharp. Remember, the note names don't change when you put the capo on. So here's so that's all of a sudden I'm thinking that is not the right chord name, because there's no way that F sharp would be in the key of G, so I see a mistake on my tab. So the first line is like, wait a minute, how can 2, 3 be G? It isn't a G chord, and it didn't even sound like a G chord. It's a D chord, so you'll have to make that correction. So it starts with E minor to a D chord. So that 2, 3 is a D chord, just like it's always a D chord. So let's get that rhythm. Da 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 dum, da 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 dum, da 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 dum. And I'm just doing that 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going back and forth. So alternating my pick. concentrate just on that pick for a little bit. So we're gonna take the pick in the middle string to the treble, back and forth. Johnny comes march, Johnny comes march, Johnny comes march, when Johnny comes march. And all of those say one, but we're capoing the one so we can just pluck it open. When Johnny comes march, and now he's home again, hoorah. And that's where I'm gonna strum just the outside two strings. The next phrase starts out the very same. Now this time it really is a G chord. So I hope you change that first one to D. This one is a G chord, 3, 3, 5. Just like any time, even if your capo is off, you would still have a G chord. With it on, you still have a G chord. And then I'm going to go to, I want a B7. Many of you play that 5, 5, 5 as a B minor. So when you bar that 5, 5, 5, you're getting a B, F sharp, B. It really isn't technically major or minor. It's one of those power chords. You have the first note and the fifth note, the B and the F sharp. So it can technically be used in the role of a B major. It could be a B minor. In this case, we're using it as a B7 to lead back to the E minor. So in E minor, do just a little bit of music theory here. We've got the one chord is E minor, then F sharp, G, A, B. The B is an important, just like A is very important in the key of D, the B is very important in the key of E. So it makes sense for us to land on that B halfway through the tune. So let's pick it up from the very beginning and try that much, starting with the middle. And let's just not even do the strumming right now to make sure we're getting that back and forth picking. And now let's strum, just to hit those two strings. I have to lift up to get the one by itself and then right back down. Let's just practice that. Let's try that all the way from the beginning. Strum, pick up. Now I overdid that a little bit just so I could make sure you could see that. So I'm gonna try it again, and I'm not gonna take my pick quite as far away. Same thing for the next phrase. And here we go now to the E minor 3, 4, 5 strumming. And we have the pickup 3. And if you want that, you can keep that held down. If you want that E minor to continue through. It's 1/6 of the measure, so it's really personal preference if you want to pick that up or let it go to get the 3. And then up to our bar chord 5. And now we're ready for the second half. So we're again, 5 is an important note. It's a chord note. 3 is an important note. We're working up 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 4, 3. Again, let's pay attention to our pick. So we're going back and forth. down to the F sharp minor. Again, and that's your second fret is your F sharp. And so we're just building that natural minor on the second degree of the scale. 2, 2, 4, just like it would be without the capo. So let's put that together. The men will cheer and the boys will shout. 3, 4, 5, 5, 5, 4, 3, F sharp minor. So I start with the 2, 2, 4, then just put my pinky down on the 2, and I still have these covered. Now I'm going to open it up and strum because my capo's here. 3. Now this will look familiar, 2, 1, 2, because it is, and here I've said B. It's going to look like your B minor, isn't it? In this case, it can be playing the role as the 5 chord. So it could be a B, B7, or B minor, because we're defining that B note. Again, just B and F sharp. It says 2, 1, 2, but you've already got the 1 down. And then walking up 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. I don't have to put my 3, 4, 5 down because the capo's down for me. Sorry about the hammering. They're doing construction here. Don't know if you're hearing it or not. So let's do that whole last part. From the men will cheer and the boys will shout. That I am alternating between picking those individual notes to get that rhythm and also strumming across to add the chords. So it really is a combination of both things that we've talked about today. And let's see, check my time. Yeah, I think we'll have time to review everything and kind of go over it all. So let's go from the very beginning of this. And the advantage of using the capo in this case, because could I have done it without the capo? Yes, I could have worked it out. But this has a lot of rhythm, and I might want to get this up to a faster speed. It's probably going to be easier to play. Well, I know it's easier to play at a quicker speed if I use the capo. So those are some reasons that on the other song, I wanted to use the capo so that I could use the drone sound, the noter. In this case, it was because of tempo that I chose to do it. So here we go from the beginning. We'll keep it nice and steady, not too fast, because we're getting that pick going in the chords. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, ready, go. Times through and kind of experiment with when do you want to strum across, when do you want to flat pick and alternate your pick. So kind of explore how you want that to sound. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. you see, the first time I wanted to make I didn't want to make a big deal about going up to the men in wheelchair and the boys. And the second time, I really did emphasize it by having more dynamics, more strums. So it's really how you want to interpret it. I'm gonna take a pause before we go back and review and see if we have any questions.
Kelly asked about your stand.
So many people ask me about this beautiful stand that I'm using. Yes, I'm just going to show it to you because I don't know if they'll ever be, if they'll be made again. Isn't it wonderful? It collapses and is adjustable. And I got this from a dear, sweet person named Gary Sager with Prussia Dulcimers. And I'm sad to say that Gary is no longer with us. This year is his passing. And I've treasured this stand. I've used it so much, especially since the pandemic and teaching online. And now I treasure it even more. But it is something that, I bet you could, if you can do a little bit of construction, I bet you can figure this out. I do know that Rick with New Harmony Dulcimers has talked about starting to make stands, so you might want to check with him and see if how far along he is with that project. But unfortunately, yeah. Anyway, you might find one that's used or for sale or something, but it was Gary Sager with Prussia Dulcimers. That's Russia with a P in front of it. Any other questions about the music or anything before we go back and review? All right, then let's go backwards. Let's do When Johnny Comes Marching Home. And this one, we really worked on picking, we worked on strumming, we worked on the B chord, the F sharp minor chord, and we'll do that one first, then go to the child ballad, Lord Lovell, the very modal sounding, kind of darker tune, and then end with the Irish hymn without the capo. So here's our little mini concert in E minor, and even though we're keeping these all three in E, they all have a very different sound, so I think you could put them together in a program. When Johnny Comes Marching Home, we'll play through it 3 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. To Lord Lovell. I already have our capo on. I'm going to grab my noter. And I should would probably be good to do this once without the noter, because we didn't even talk about that. Many of you at home may not even have a noter around, and I should have thought about that earlier. So let's play this first time through without using the noter, using my fingers on all of the whole way, and then I'll go back with the, so I apologize for that. I should have demonstrated that earlier without it, so, but never too late. Here we go. So basically, there's no chords in it, so we don't have to really do any tricks except doing what I think a lot of dulcimer players do, and using these 3 fingers for your melody notes. I don't use any thumb generally when I'm not doing the chords. So, and now let's try it with the noter. It has a very different sound though. You know, with that noter slide, it has more of that mountain feel to it to me. So here we go. I've got my noter in place underneath my thumb. And I'll also just say one thing about on those fill-ins. I think with this, especially since we're not doing strumming except just to change the note, instead of strumming on those long notes, let's do a picking pattern across the strings. So we just have 1, 2, and 3, and 1. So I did a strum, and then I went to the bass, bass, middle, bass, middle, treble, middle, bass. And I had this rhythm: 1, 2, and 3, and 1. 1, 2, and 3, and 1. So that would be bass, bass, middle, treble, middle, bass. 1, 2, and 3, and 1. You can do the same thing at the very end. And 2, or 1, 2, and 3, and 1. 1, 2, and 3, and 1. Yeah, I like the picking rather than the strumming with this particular song. All right, we're heading into home stretch here. If you're like me, you're getting ready for lunch. Hope it smells good in your house. So now we're back to without capo, and I'm going to check my tuning, because sometimes, you know, when you put that capo on, it does funny things to your strings. All right. So I thought as we play through this one, yeah, let's think about what we can do to really bring out a lot of expression in this. And even though I'm using chords with it, you could start on the bass string. I think it would be a very nice way to start the song, as a melody just on the bass. So let's do that. Let's play it once through, bass only. 1, 2, 3. To 5. Down the scale. Back to the 5. And now we'll play as written with the chords. One more time, adding a little bit of expression with your ornaments. Actually, wait, do we have time for me to tell you? Yeah, let me just show you right here what I'm doing on that ornament. 2, 3. I'm doing a little hammer on to the just a 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, 2 with a hammer on. So that first phrase, adding a little ornament here. You could do it again, or maybe not. You wouldn't want to do it every time, probably. Now that song, since it's a very, very simple melody, you could also do a very contrasting thing and just go up. Yeah, what if you picked out that melody way up high? So a little trick in changing things up an octave, if you don't know, if you just add 7 to whatever number you started on, because there are 7 notes in an octave, you're going to be at the next octave. So if I start on 1, if I go to 1 plus 7 is 8. So I'll have 8, 8, 8, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 8. 5 and 7 takes me to 12. If you can't do the math that quick, just look at the dulcimer and see what shape you're in and transfer the shape. I don't know my numbers that high very well, so it's hard for me to say them. There's your 6. 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2. Remember your 1 is 8. And then the 0 becomes 7. So that could be a nice contrast from playing the bass string. So we've actually done it in 3 octaves. We did low, then we did in the mid-range, and then what if we did a very, very light ending? keeping it nice and slow. I sped up there a little bit. I think that might sound very haunting to do it like that. So, a lot of things you can do with this. And actually, I think Sarah Kate's workshop this afternoon might be a little bit about improvisation. So, take that workshop, and she might give you even more ideas about how to expand on just one melody and how to change the melody up within, and besides just doing octaves and ornamentation. So let's see what questions, comments, thoughts you have about playing in this E minor modal tuning without capo, with noter.
All right, Gary, this is other. Gary asked if that's Mark asked if that's a Gary Gallagher.
It is a Gary Gallagher. Yeah, you can see the G here on his dulcimer. Yeah. I was looking to see what date. I've had this one just a few years. It's my newest of my Gallagher dulcimers. I've always played Gary's instruments, and yeah, this is one of his beautiful designs and makes.
That's all I've got.
Yeah, I'll show you the back side of it too. Isn't that beautiful wood there? So, yeah, well, thanks so much, everyone, for coming out. Everyone have a good lunch break. Do come back and visit with Sarah this afternoon for improvisation class. Not sure what the last session is. It usually has something to do with our historical surroundings where we are here, but I'm sure it will be interesting. And it might be Ron and Don. Could it be Ron and Don? I haven't, or maybe Don doing us.
Next Saturday with the improvisation.
Yeah.
And ballads and songs with Dawn.
Oh, ballads and songs
And
with
then
Don.
Homecoming
Yes.
with Ethel Bingham with Dr. Ron.
That's Don and Ron at the end with Ethel Bingham. Yeah, yeah. So you got a full afternoon. So we will, and then of course the concert again tonight. So I hope you're enjoying it. We're having a great time here. Yeah, we'll see you later. Bye.
Good afternoon, y'all. I'm excited to be teaching this next little session with you. My name is Sarah Kate, and I live and work here in Hindman, and it's such a pleasure to, if not in person, virtually invite you into my backyard, essentially my backyard. It's been a good time on Troublesome Creek so far. Birds are singing, flowers are blooming. This session is for an intermediate level-ish class all about improvisation, making stuff up. That's what we're going to be doing in this next hour. I want you to have your dulcimer out. I want you to be playing along with me. I'm going to be teaching as if we were playing along as if you were. So I'm going to give you moments to stop and mess around with stuff on your own. So I want you to have your dulcimer out. I want it to be tuned to DAD. And I want you to have some of the handouts that I sent out to you. You should have something that says, "Down the River I Go." You should have something that says, "Safe Note and Neighbor Note Improvisation, When I Survey the Wondrous Cross, 500 Miles," and then a little chord chart called a DAD chord chart map. I think that's what it's called. I love teaching this class. So here's what's going to happen. I want to share two different approaches to improvisation. I'm going to show you two different roads to get to the point where you are comfortable with loosening up and livening up your playing, making stuff up as you go in the moment without worrying about it, without thinking about it ahead of time, and letting the notes freeing up your left hand to explore the fretboard spontaneously. If you are interested in feeling more comfortable on your instrument and not quite as stiff, if you're interested in creating new arrangements of songs, improvisation is your way to get to both of those goals. So if you are, like I said, I'll expand a little bit on the second one. If you are interested in creating new arrangements, coming up with your own voice on the instrument, maybe creating and writing down and tabulating out a new arrangement of an old song, this will be a great way to get you to that point. Because all arranging is making up stuff until you find something that sounds good and then you write it down. Okay? So, improvisation is something that often people tend to think it's elusive and it's only for, high-minded artistic people, it's this magical gift that God only gives to a chosen few. But really, improvisation is just a skill that you can develop with practice. So these two different approaches that I'm going to give you, I'm going to give you some really strict parameters. So if I were to say, oh, just feel it, just play what you feel. Just play what you feel. I mean, to me, what does that mean? I don't know what that means. That's loosey-goosey. There's no guidelines. So with these two different approaches, I'm going to give you very specific instructions. I'm going to let you go wild and crazy, but only at a specific point in time, right, within these songs. So I want you to feel safe and comfortable and confident that even if you kind of feel lost and you're a little bit off kilter, then the next measure or the next line of the song, you're going to come back home and you'll be able to play the melody as you see it. I want you to ask questions. Please ask questions. Please play along. I'm so excited that you're here. So, the two approaches. First approach is what I like to call a melodic approach to improvisation. And the second approach is what I like to call a chord-based approach to improvisation. And the very last thing that we're going to do is we're going to combine those two, and that is where the magic happens, when you create lyrical and interesting and beautiful and musical sounding improvisation. So, sound like a plan? Let's make it happen. So take out Down the River I Go. This is an old-time tune I picked up a long time ago. If you notice, I've left a lot of space in the melody, a lot of space. Notice all the whole notes. And for now, here's what I'm going to ask you to do. If you're a dulcimer player, you are probably guilty, myself included, of bum-diddying things to death. All right, so you're strumming way too much, and I know Dawn has already told y'all this, and I absolutely echo Dawn's way of explaining this. That if you add in too many bum ditties, you cover up the melody. You cover up the melody. So for now, I want you to trust me and just play the whole notes as you see them. So what you're going to do, well, I'll do it first, and then we'll do it together. So here's the whole tune, and notice that there's a lot of breathing room. 1, 2, here I go. Second line, 2 and 3, 2 and 3 and 4, 2 and 3 and 4, 2 and 3, 2 and 3 and 4. So if it felt kind of empty, felt kind of loose, that's exactly what I wanted it to sound like. What I want you to notice is I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. Right? I'm not just strumming and just waiting, okay? I want you to move your upper body. I want you to bob your head, bounce your shoulders, tap your feet. But most of all, I want you to move your right hand. Your first step to improvising is going to be moving your right hand a lot. Because at this point, if your right hand is already moving, the only thing you have to do is decide when you're going to strum the strings, right? So it's a very pragmatic thing. Just start moving, start somewhere, right? It's just start moving a lot. So notice that during those whole notes, I'm replacing that time with some movement with my right arm or my left arm, depending on which one, depending on what's my strumming arm, okay? So I'm kind of thinking of it's like a windshield wiper of a car, like a pendulum of a grandfather clock. It's always moving, it's even, it's steady, and it's always moving. The power's coming from my elbow. My wrist is loose and floppy. I'm not gripping onto the pick real hard. And I'm going to replace those 4 beats with air strums like this. 1, 2, ready, go. 2 and 3 and 4 and 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 2 and 3 and 4 2 and 3 4 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. We'll stop here. So think about, in music, the silence is just as important as the noise, as the sound you make. So we're intentionally creating silence, and you're doing it on purpose. And that silence is musical, and it's interesting, and it has its own energy. So I want you to approach it like it's the most important thing you've done today, which it is, of course. Why wouldn't it be? So let's just play it a couple times, and I want you to get used to moving a lot. I want you to, you can scat with me. I'm going whatever you want to do. We're just getting used to the melody. Resist the urge to add a bunch of bum ditties in. I know it feels weird. Trust me, we got this. 1, 2. 1, 2, ready, go. 2 and 3 and 4 and 3. Second line. 2 and 3 and 4. 2 and 3. 2 and 3 So you got the melody down. So we're going to start with our first approach. This is melodic improvisation. Melodic improvisation. Sometimes I've also called this linear improvisation. That sounds more fancy. So thinking about notes stretched along a horizontal line. Are you moving up the line or are you moving down the line? So think about that. So notice your exploration moments, your improvisation moments are wherever you see a whole note. Okay, there's a lot of whole notes. There's a lot of whole notes. Identify them. Look in the tablet. There's the first measure, second measure, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. Nope, fourth, fifth, sixth, and then the eighth measure, and then the second line. Look for the whole notes. You see them, see them, see them? That's your moment where you're gonna get to do something different. So let's start with what I like to call neighbor notes. So a neighbor note is super simple, super duper simple. A beginner who has never touched the dulcimer before can do this. Wherever you see a hole in the tab, a whole note, that's that spot, you're gonna strum that melody note. You're gonna visit a neighbor note, and a neighbor note is 1 fret up or 1 fret down. Or I could go. And then I'm gonna come back home. You're gonna visit a neighbor, come back home. Visit a neighbor, come back home. It could be your upstairs neighbor or your downstairs neighbor. Got it? Now, we're at 6 right now. So I'm gonna give you, you could visit 6.5 if you want. That could be cool. Ooh, that's a funky thing. Or you could visit 7. I'm gonna give you that option because we're at the chromatic note in our, if you wanted to stay within the key, I would go up to 7. Or if you wanted to play an accidental, play a 6.5 there. Because we're in Mixolydian right now, right? And so 6.5 isn't a Mixolydian note, right? So you can visit that if you want to. But 1 neighbor note, 1 neighbor note down. So let's experiment with that. I'm gonna do it, you're gonna do it. Try not to get stuck in a pattern. Do something different in each time you play it. Do something different, visit a different neighbor note, visit the neighbor note, come back home. Don't go too crazy on me yet. Not 2 neighbors, not yet. Don't go too crazy, make it super duper simple, okay? Even if you think you've got it. 1, 2, 1, 2, ready, go. Second line. There's a neighbor note here. Neighbor note here. And stop here. So, type in the chat if you feel like it. Give me your feedback. How successful do you feel on a scale of 1 to 5? How you doing? 1 meaning utter failure. 5 meaning knocking it out of the park. Tell me how you're doing. So, you visited 1 neighbor and you've come back home. Let's visit 2 neighbors. So, you're gonna visit 2 doors down or two doors up. So it might look like something like this. I'm starting at 6. I might go down to my 5 neighbor, and then I'll go down to 4, and then I'm gonna walk back home. And this will sound like this. Sounds fancier. Go up, go down, go 2 doors up, 2 doors down, and then come back home, okay? Just 2 steps, just 2 steps. Let's try it. This is gonna sound more, definitely busier, right? 1, 2, 1, 2, ready, go. stay in the groove. Let's do it again. I'm gonna leave the spaces, and I want you to play 2 neighbor notes. And I want to do that just so you can hear yourself, because I don't want you to overlap what I'm doing. So I'm going to leave the space. You're going to fill it up with 2 neighbor notes. 2 doors down or 2 doors up, and then you come back home. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, ready, go. Sounds great, I'm sure. 2 and 3. Take it home. So, keep telling me, keep talking to me. How successful do you feel? Come.
Sewing is a 5.
Nice, awesome. 3.5 and 5. I love it. Good job. I'm proud that you're trying. Proud that you're working hard. Cindy and who else? Sewing. I'm glad you're at a 5. Awesome. So let's do something else. So so far you have visited neighbors in one direction down the street, and then you come straight back. And or maybe you walked down the street, or maybe you walked up the street and you come back home. This time I want you to do both of those in the same measure. So visit a downstairs, just one downstairs neighbor, come back home. Visit an upstairs neighbor and come back home. Or visit an upstairs neighbor, come back home. Downstairs neighbor, come back home. Got it? That makes sense? So I'll play it first. We'll do it together. So if I'm at 6, I might go, right? 6, 5, 6, 7, 6. Here's my home base, and you're just twiddling around. So that's your home base. Don't get overwhelmed. You're visiting one neighbor in one direction, come back home. Another neighbor, come back home. Let's do it. And I want you to do this a bunch. Do it a whole lot. Do it as much as you can, because I want you to get used to practicing that. So we're going to visit a neighbor, come back home. Another neighbor, come back home. 2 different directions. From the top. A 1, 2. A 1, 2. Ready, go. I forgot to say something. Trick question. So if you're at 0, your upstairs neighbor note is 1, obviously. Your downstairs neighbor, but where do you go downstairs? You're at 0. There's not a negative fret. Where do I go? So I'll tell it to you right now. Go to 2 on the middle string. That's your C sharp below that D, and then I'll get you that. So sometimes it's not necessarily the next fret. Think about it as in the next note in the musical scale, right? So play this. Do this with me right now. Play 0 on the melody. Play 3 on the middle. Notice that they're the same pitch. Play them at the same time. This is a great way to check if your dulcimer's in tune. Now play 2 on the middle. And back to 3 on the middle. So if 3 is the same pitch as 0, then therefore that makes sense that 2 on the middle is the neighbor note below 0 on the melody, because it's the same pitch. Oh my gosh. All right, how y'all feeling? So this is melodic improvisation. You're visiting a neighbor note up or a neighbor note down, and you're coming home. Sometimes you might visit 2 doors up or 2 doors down. Sometimes you might visit a neighbor, one neighbor up, one neighbor down, and you come back home. So you have 3 options. And what I want you to do right now, in the comfort of your own home, nobody's looking at you, nobody cares. If your dog's there, they don't care either. They're a dog, they don't know what a dulcimer is. Just play with it. I want you to play all of that. Do all 3 of those options. 1 neighbor note, come back home. 2 neighbor notes, come back home. 1 neighbor note in one direction, another one in another direction, come back home. Do that right now. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to do that by yourself.
All right, Star Pony says coming along.
Awesome.
Lenny is a 4+. And Paul is struggling but not giving up.
Oh, good, Paul. I love you. Good job, Paul. Also, think about this. What I'm going to ask you to do right now is do a whole lot of it. I'm going to ask you to fill up every whole note that you see. I want you to fill it up as much as you possibly can. Do all the neighbor notes options that I've told you. But in a second, Paul, I'm going to tell you to make it super simple. Because I want you to learn this, right? So I want you to experiment and explore and mess up and make lots of sour sounding notes that you might think sound sour. Because that's how you're going to learn. But in a second, I'm going to ask you to be more musical. I'm going to ask you to be more subtle and more interesting, and that might mean kind of keeping it simple and holding back a little bit, not giving away all your secrets, right? And then the next measure, you might go crazy and add a lot of neighbor notes. I'll give you a couple more seconds to do that.
And the question,
Yeah.
sewing.
Yeah.
For 0, would you maybe play middle 3 and up or down middle 2, 4?
Oh, absolutely. I love that. So I'll say this again. Maybe you didn't catch it. But if for 0, listen to me sewing. I'm talking to you. 0 is the melody note. 2 on the middle string is your neighbor note below 0. And the reason why is because you just told me you did, 3 on the middle string is the same as 0. So you could do 0 and then 2 on the middle. Or if you want to make that stylistic choice, maybe you like that kind of middle string drone. That could be cool. Visit home on 3. If you go up to 4, guess what? That's the same note as 1 on the melody string. Does that make sense? 4 on the middle, same note as melody 1. So yes, 3 on the middle string is the same as 0 on the melody. 2 is your option there for your neighbor note. 4 is also your option, but what you're doing is, if you do that, you're just kind of making it a little harder for yourself. Does that make sense? Unless you like that stylistic choice. Maybe you do, and that's awesome. I'll give you a couple more seconds. Dan will tell me any questions that he sees. Y'all are doing so good. This is how tunes, were slowly created over time, right? So it's not like these tunes were born into the traditional, by tunes I mean like traditional mountain fiddle tunes, or traditional fiddle music from around the world, right? That's passed down orally, by listening from generation to generation, right? Like somebody was making up something cool, and somebody from the next holler over was like, oh man, that's cool, I want to do that. So don't think that you're not breaking with tradition necessarily. You're adding your own voice in the long river that is ever flowing, that is traditional music. And so feel free to add in as much as you want. And if we were in a big class together, you'd hear lots of people going in lots of different directions, and I like that. All right, y'all, let's do this. Let's play Down the River I Go, and I'm gonna guide you through some of this. I'm gonna give you some instructions. So we'll do it a couple times, and then we will move on. About the speed. 2 and 3. About that speed. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2. Ready? Go. Keep it simple. Leave the space. Play it as you see it. add just a few neighbor notes. Just every once in a while. Just one neighbor note. You're not going crazy yet. Add a few more. This time I want you to visit 2 doors down or 2 doors up. Second line. 2 doors up, 2 doors down, come back home. Okay, this time I'm going to pause here for a second, stay in the groove. We're going to do it again. You're going to visit 1 door up, come back home. 1 door down, come back home. Remember that? Okay. 1, 2, ready, go. Make it as busy as you want. All the neighbor notes. Do whatever combination you want to do. Do it a lot. Add as much as you want. Keep going. Make it really busy. Make it simple. Just add just a few neighbor notes. Get quiet. Last time, do it what you want. Home stretch. 2 and 3 and 4. 2 and 3 and 4. Take it home. Follow me. Yeah. How'd that feel? That was fun. I like when you completely do as much as you can, all the neighbor notes, and then you take them away, and listen to the magic that happens when you do that. And That's the power that improvisation has. Also, I bet that you probably you were playing along and woo, maybe you played something that sounded really cool and you felt like a rock star. And maybe next time you play this tune, you might remember that. And there you go, you've created like a little moment of making that tune your own. You put your own fingerprint on it. So take a break, take a brain break, stand up if you need to, wiggle around. And tell me in the chat, how'd you feel? How's it going? Tell me about your feelings. I'll tell you this. If you know, as much as we're focusing on left hand movement, I'll tell you when I teach this class, the biggest hurdle that I see is folks' strumming hand is not free enough, right? So if you feel like you're just like you're really struggling, focus on your right hand for a little bit. Work on moving it a whole bunch. In fact, you might do something like this. You don't have to do right now. You're taking a break. You might like totally fill up every single whole note with eighth notes, and you'll do something like this. It doesn't sound super great. If you feel like you're struggling with loosening up your right hand, just strum it to death. Just everything eighth notes. Not bum ditties, but out and 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 out. Just fill it up with eighth notes. And that'll help your right hand get free a little bit, and you get used to that movement. And then you'll do the same movement but without touching the strings. Yeah. Dan, anybody want to say anything?
Linking, a great relaxing way of approaching improv.
Love that.
Kelly got lost.
Oh, it's okay. Kelly, come back to us. Kelly, it's okay. You're still playing the dulcimer, Kelly. You know, the good thing about the dulcimer is that, listen, y'all. Listen up. Just between you and us. Between you and me. The dulcimer has like 3 strings, right? 2 of the strings are the same note, D's, right, in this case. We're missing a lot of frets. So this dulcimer was built for this because the scale is right there. And with all the cool modes that Dan shared with y'all, all the notes are just right there under your fingertips. You don't have to go hunting for them. So, you know, don't feel like you're going to make a wrong note. You know what I mean? You know what I mean, Vern? The scale, you know, you don't have to avoid frets necessarily. You know what I mean? You don't have to avoid frets like you would on a guitar. Kelly, I'm proud of you for hanging in there. I'm proud of you. Mandolinky, that's a cool name. Mandolinking. I know, I like that this is very relaxing. I want it to be relaxing. If it doesn't feel relaxing yet, I want you to make it simpler. Make it as simple as possible. Yeah. It feels very meditative to me, doesn't it? It's just kind of going with the flow. Also, if you teach dulcimer, if you're a dulcimer teacher, I love teaching this to beginners because it helps build their confidence and it helps them not be scared of the instrument so much. And I just want them to wail on the dulcimer, you know. All right, so you've stood up, you've stretched, you've walked the dog, I don't know, whatever you've done. Let's switch gears. So we arrived at the destination of improvisation through this road of melodic improvisation. Now we're going to backtrack, and we're gonna approach it from a different angle, which I like to call chord-based improvisation. This is going to be harder. Okay, so the first one, anybody can do it. You know, even me, even Mikey can do it. I'm kidding. Mikey's smarter than I am, I'm sure. Doing all this amazing technological stuff. So this is like a super easy, accessible approach. A beginner can do it. The chord-based approach is a little more cerebral, little more to think about. But trust me, I'll get you there. Just track along with me. So first things first, take out. You're going to need 2 things in front of you. If you don't know chord shapes on your dulcimer quite yet, that's okay. I'm not kicking you out. Take out the DAD chord shape map. That's just there if you need it. Also take out the handout that says safe note improvisation and neighbor note improvisation. So this is going to be a totally different way to think about improvisation. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to pick a D chord, pick an A chord, and pick a G chord. If you are a beginner, I want you to play these. Here's your D chord, 2 on the bass, 0, 0 on the middle and the melody. Here's your G chord, 3 on the bass, 1 on the middle, 0 on the melody. If you're a beginner, play 101. That's not a true A chord, but it'll do for now. Play 101. If you're a beginner, choose those, don't play anything else. If you're not a beginner, pick something else. Maybe 2, 3, 4. That's a D chord. 3, 3, 5. Maybe 1, 2, 4. If you're crazy and advanced and you really want to impress me, even though you're not here, in which case you'd be impressing yourself, which is great. Maybe play 4, 5, 7, 5, 6, 7 is your G, 6 and a half, 7, 8. That's an A chord, or a 4, 4, 6 and a half. That's another A. So pick ones. Here's what I want you to do: pick chords that you don't have to think about. Okay. So even if you define yourself as an intermediate or advanced player, but maybe a chord is a weak point, chords is a weak point for you, that's fine. We still love you. Pick the simpler ones, okay? I want you to not think about where to find those chords. Pick a D chord, an A chord, and a G chord that you can play in your sleep. So, those are the 3 I'm picking. So let's do this. So if you're pick those chords. Let's start with the simple ones. So let's start with D, and I want you to do this with me. I'm going to guide you through this process. So our goal with these chords is to identify the safe notes. What I like to call safe notes. Okay, and how we do that: play your D chord, 2 on the bass, 0 on the middle, 0 on the melody, and then I want you to flip that chord upside down. We're in DAD. Because our strings are a mirror image of each other, right? D on both sides. You can flip any chord upside down, and it's just a different inversion. So instead of 2 on the bass, where are you going to put it? You're going to put 2 on the melody. 2 on the melody. Does that make sense? Flip it back and forth. Because D on the bass and D on the melody are the same note, they can both play that too. Got it? Flip it, flip it. You can do, if you're doing something fancy, flip it. Okay, let's play a G chord. I want you to flip it. So I'm playing 3 on the bass, 1 on the middle, 0 on the melody. Flip it. Put whatever's on the bass on the melody. Oh, notice what's happening with Mr. Ring Finger here. He's hanging out on the same string because we only have one A string to choose from, right? So think about another way to think about this is your middle string is the anchor point, and so here's the middle string right in the middle, and then the middle and the bass are just kind of rotating around the middle string, okay? That's another way to approach that. Flip the G, get used to flipping it. If you're flipping it somewhere up high, that's fun. Okay, do your A chord. I told you to do the 101. Maybe, should I do that? Should I make it hard for you? Maybe I will. I don't know. If you want to do, if you're a total maybe novice new player, just stick 101. That's fine. But if you are maybe ready for a little bit of a challenge, play 1, 2, 4. That's a big stretch, maybe. 1, 2, 4. That's a true A chord. 101 is missing a note. And then flip 1, 2, 4 up to 4, 2, 1. flip it back and forth. It's a little harder to wrangle. Get your fingers around it. Okay, let's go back to the top. Start with a D. And so our goal with doing this is to reveal all of the safe note options for us to choose from when we are improvising. So chord-based improvisation is looking at a chord on a chart that says, oh, a D chord, and translating that in our brain to, oh, that means I can play this set of individual notes that will blend well with that D chord, okay? And how you're doing that is flipping the chords, revealing all the possibilities. And then you're gonna play each of those possibilities in the order that they appear from the bass to the melody, okay? So watch me first. If you're confused, it's okay. It's okay if you're confused. So I've played my 2 on the bass, I've flipped it over to the melody. Those are all my options. And now I'm gonna play all the options. So I'm gonna play 0 on the bass, then I'm gonna play 2 on the bass. That's an option. Then I'm gonna play 0 on the middle. There's no more options there. I just have a middle string, 1 middle string. And then I'm gonna go to the melody, play 0. Then I'm gonna play 2 on the melody. Those are all my options. How many options do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 notes that will blend with a D chord because all those notes are in a D chord. Does that make sense? So let's flip it. Let's do the same thing with D. And I'm gonna start with 0 on the bass. And we'll do it together. I'll say ready, go, O, 2, O on the middle, O on the melody, 2. Pick it up, O, middle, 2 on the bass, 0 on the bass. See what we're doing? We're starting at the bottom, playing all the options, going up to the top, go back home. Let's do the same thing. Let's do the same thing with your G chord of choice. Talk to me in the chat. Tell me if there's something I need to say again. Just tell me. Go to your G chord, flip it, and you're going to play all of the possibilities, all of the options that in the order that they appear from the bass going to the melody. So you're going to start by playing 0 on the bass, 3 on the middle, 3 on the bass, 1 on the middle, 0 on the melody, 3 on the melody, 0 on the melody, 1 on the middle, 3 on the bass, 0 on the bass. You got it? See what we're doing? And then I'll let you do an A chord, but do it by yourself. Whatever A chord you've chosen. Now, if you're doing 101, there's nothing to flip, and that's fine. That'll give your brain a little bit of a break. That's cool with me. If you're playing 1, 2, 4, flip it and see if you can reveal all the possibilities by yourself. So you're flipping the A chord, and Dan will tell me if there's any questions or feedback. Shout out to Dan. What a great man. Dan the man. Dan and I go way back. Way back.
Way back.
He was at my christening. No, he wasn't. Huh? That's right, Winchester. I was thinking that today. I thought it was either that or the.
12 or 13.
Yeah.
So it's been 10 years.
Were you at the Museum of Appalachia ever? That's right, because did you sell some? Yeah, that's right.
You worked there.
I worked there for. We passed each other.
But didn't you come back in the summer?
I did sometimes, yeah.
Nothing.
Nothing? Cool. I'm assuming you're doing great. All right, y'all, so let's do this. Here's what I want you to do. Take out the safe note improvisation sheet, and you see where it says D, D, A, A, G, G, A, A, with a caret under each one. Here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna be your backup band. And you're gonna take a solo and you're gonna improvise it. And here's the thing. Every time you see that chord letter or that little caret, right, that caret, you're gonna change to a different safe note. I'll do it first. So in DAD, or in my D chord, I flipped it. Here's all my options. Okay? And so somebody else is going to be playing D, 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 D. And I'm going to change every 2 beats. Okay? So note, wait. Play a note, wait. Pluck, wait. Pluck, wait. Right? Every time you pluck that new option, pick a different option that we discovered. So I'm going to start with D. So it's going to go by quick. That's okay. It's going to go by quick, but I need 2 safe notes within our little constellation, within our little pocket of those D safe notes. Okay? So it's going to be like this. 1, 2. 1, 2, ready, go. I'm just going to loop a D for now. See what I'm doing? I'm randomizing them. I'm not getting stuck in a pattern. I'm not just playing an arpeggio. Oh, I messed up. Does that make sense? In fact, let's do that together. Find your D chord, wherever it is, and I want you to just vamp on that D chord, and I want you to poke around and find all the safe notes that you have identified. You've identified all those safe notes. You know where they are. It's within that shape of a D chord. Let's do it together. So pluck and then wait. Pluck, wait. Pluck, wait. 1, 2. 1, 2, ready, go. D, D, wait, D, wait, D, wait, D, wait, D, wait. Let's double it up. So like this. Kind of funky at first, and that's okay. Switch over to your A chord. If you've been playing the 101, you can kind of chill out if you really need to just chill out for a second. If you're challenging yourself, you did the 1, 2, 4. So that's what I'm going to do. Let's do the same thing. 1, 2. 1, 2, ready, go. It's random. If you get lost, just play the chord for a second. Flip it, remind yourself of the safe notes, and then just bop around. You're breaking apart a chord. You've busted it up. Stop here. Let's do a G chord. I'm going to do 3 1 0 from the bass. Flipped it, reveal all the possibilities. A 1, 2, a 1, a 2. Ready, go. Maybe repeat certain notes. On a 1 string for a while. Last one. So we did a G. Good practice. So now you've identified the safe notes. Let's put it into our little structure. So let's do let's see. About this speed. So you're going to be playing note, a note, 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 right? So two notes, two safe notes. Whenever you see a caret, that's when you play a safe note, and then you got to switch to a safe note from a different chord. Cool beans? Let's give it a try. You're going to get lost, you're going to get confused, you're going to make a sour note, you're going to hit the wrong note, and that's okay, and I do not care. But what I do care is if you give up and you're like, oh my gosh, I can't do it. I don't want to see that. I want to see your right hand moving. Do as much as you can. Don't worry about what you can't yet. A 1, a 2. I'm going to back you up. 3, 4. Change. Here's your A. Change. G, G, A. I'll do it a little slower. 2, 3, 4. Change. 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 A and change. D. Change. A. Change. G. Change. A. Change. Change. A. Change. G. Change. A. One more time. D. Change. A. Change. G. Change. A. Change. And on any D note. D note. Any D note. Nice. Good job. I'm proud of you. Type in the chat how you're doing. Give me a scale of 1 to 5. How successful did you feel? It sounds kind of wonky right now, doesn't it? And that's okay. Trust me, bruh. Yeah.
Catherine,
Yeah?
are you dancing on the chords with your right or left hand to make it percussive?
Oh, that percussive sound. The answer is both, really. I'm kind of muting with my left hand, and then I'm kind of chomping with the strings on my right hand. But yeah, that's what I'm doing. Don't worry about that.
And Cindy asked, can you call the chords?
Okay, yeah, I can totally do that. I'll call the chords, and we're gonna move over to the next page. See where it says safe notes plus neighbor notes. Okay, now stick with me here. Look in my eyes. The magic happens when you combine safe notes plus neighbor notes, because music has tension, right? It has tension that with a note that kind of rubs against the chord, and then it releases, right? So the safe notes plus the neighbor notes is what makes stuff sound musical. So here's what you're going to do. Notice my very fancy clip art. You're welcome. Thank you. You're going to visit the D, a D safe note, any D safe note ever. And then, oh my gosh, you're going to visit the little yellow house that I've written there. You're going to visit a neighbor note to that safe note. Okay? So for example, if I'm playing a D chord and I am picking 4 on the melody string, that is a safe note in the D chord. That's safe. It's always going to sound good every single time. Where are my neighbor notes? My neighbor notes are 5 and they're 3. Oh my gosh. So, here's what I want you to do. You're going to visit a D safe note and then visit a neighbor to that safe note. Now keep it super simple. You're not bopping all over the fretboard, okay? So if your safe note's 4, just go to 5 for that neighbor, or 3 for that neighbor. Now how about A? Wherever A you are, A, pick a safe note within that A shape. I'm gonna pick 2 on the middle string. Okay, because 2 on the middle string is in a note in an A chord, and then I'm gonna visit a neighbor note to that safe note. My neighbor note, I have 2 options. Oh my gosh, I can visit 3 on the middle, or I can visit 1 on the middle. Amazing, okay? Go to G, Find your G chord, whichever one you've been doing. I'm going to play 3 on the bass, 1 on the middle. Flip it, you know all the possibilities. Find a safe note. I'm going to play 3 on the bass. That's my safe note. My options are 4 on the bass. That's a neighbor. Or 2 on the bass. That's another neighbor. Amazing. Okay, so listen. Listen, guys. You're going to play a safe note, neighbor note. Change to the next chord, safe note, neighbor note. Safe note, neighbor note. Okay, you're going to visit a lot of different neighbors. I'm going to back you up. I'll call the chords. I'm going to say D, neighbor, A, neighbor, G, neighbor, A, neighbor. Okay, got it? Practice a little bit by yourself. You know what you're doing. You got this. We'll take it nice and slow. On 1, 2. On 1, 2, ready, go. D, neighbor. A, neighbor. G, neighbor. A, neighbor. D, neighbor. A, neighbor. G, neighbor. A, neighbor. I'm going to shut up for a second. Neighbor. Neighbor. D, neighbor. A, neighbor. G, neighbor, slow it down. A, neighbor, end on any D chord. So that's fun. That's fun. It makes you do something that's hard. So type in the chat, how do you feel about that? How successful are you feeling? Ooh, we're almost done. I'm proud of you. This is fun. This is fun for me at least. So here's what we're gonna do before we go. I'm gonna give you a little homework assignment. Take a stretch, stand up, fluff your booty, go run around the house. Don't really. Stand up, but don't go anywhere. Look at 500 miles. So you know the song. I'll play a little bit for you. I've given you a super simple arrangement. Now, there's not a lot to it, but there's 2 moments where I want you to take the reins. Look where it says melodic fill. That's you. Measure 7 and 8. Measure 15 and 16. Okay. There's a tie, and that in the vocally, if I were singing it, I'm 500 miles. Hear the whistle blow 100 miles. Right, I'm holding that note out. But if you were singing, you might do that. But I want you to play a little backup, a little fill to fill up that space. So now you know what to do. You have found your melody note. There's 2 different approaches. Your first approach, look at the melody note. It's a 1 on the melody string. So I can visit 2 neighbor notes, I can come back home. I can visit 1 neighbor note in one direction, another in another direction, come back home. It might look something like this. You can hear super simple. Or I might go, you can hear the whistle blow 100 miles. I visited a lower neighbor note, and I went back home. Do something like that. Another way to approach that maybe is a little more convoluted, a little more complicated. Look right up above the standard notation, and you'll see an A. Oh my gosh, there's your chord, there's your clue. There's an A chord, any A chord anywhere. I might pick one that's kind of nearish where that melody is. So what's a near chord there that's an A? 1, 2, 4, oh my gosh, flip it, reveal all the possibilities, and you might do something like this. You can hear that whistle blow 100 miles. Something pretty like that. Now here's where the magic can happen. I'm gonna play safe notes plus neighbor notes to the safe notes. You can hear the whistle blow 100 miles. So I walked up the scale, I played a neighbor note, and maybe I might strum that chord to establish it. What do you think, y'all? So I want you to play around with that. In fact, let's play it. Dan, do you have a question? Or anybody?
Got some comments.
Tell me. Talk to me.
Unfortunately, Paula said 0 plus.
Oh, Paula.
Cindy could not get to the handouts and was still able to follow.
Amazing. Cindy, I'm so proud of you.
Kelly is also a 0 plus.
Kelly.
And start calling, following without handouts. Google the chord chart.
Amazing. Oh my gosh. I'm so proud of y'all for doing that. My 0 plus folks, I'm proud of your honesty. First of all, thank you for telling me. This is something that make it as simple as it needs to be. What I would suggest for you two right now who are 0 plus, I like that you're at least 0 plus. Maybe you're not just plain 0. Maybe it's like a 0.5. I want you to do this with me right now. Okay? Let's play 500 miles, and when you get to the melodic fill, I want you to do neighbor notes, and I want you to visit 2 neighbor notes and then come back home to that melody note. Okay? So ignore the chord improvisation. Okay? So everybody, let's do it. If you're feeling more confident, mess around with the melodic, or do whatever you want. Melodic improvisation, chord-based improvisation with the safe notes and the neighbor notes. Or you can do just 2 neighbor notes coming up the scale and then coming back home. That's what I'm gonna do. You can follow along with me. So let's do 500 miles 2 times. Oh, sorry, I'm running late. 2 times, then I'll let you go. Mikey, don't be mad at me. Mikey runs a tight ship. We can't get away with anything with him around. So let's do it. Y'all are doing so good. I'm real proud of you. Thanks for trying something new. Good job. Let's see. About that speed. 1, 2, 3, 4, ready, go. Right there. 3rd line. Neighbor notes to 0. Let's do it again. On 1, 2, 3, 4, ready, go. One, 2, 3, 2, 1. thanks for hanging out with me. If you have any questions afterward, please shoot me an email, comment on the YouTube video. Maybe I'll go find the comments and reply to them. Thanks y'all for hanging out, and I will appreciate your presence. Remember, just to review what we did, melodic-based improvisation is looking at the melody notes and visiting a neighbor note and then coming back home. And sometimes you'll visit 2 neighbor notes, you'll come back home. Sometimes you'll visit them in different directions. The other approach to improvisation was chord-based. Find the chord shape on your dulcimer, flip it, turn the chord upside down to reveal all the possibilities. And then what you're doing is you're busting that chord apart into its individual components, into the individual ingredients that make up that chord. And you play them, identify them, and then when you see that chord come up in a piece of tablature, you know, oh wow, I have 5 options for safe notes. Right, those are my safe notes. And so you can do chord-based improvisation, and then you can combine the two. You throw in a few neighbor notes to the safe notes, but you always know that if you come back home, you'll sound good. So thank you for experimenting and trying something new. I will see y'all later.
Well, howdy. So we're going to do some ballads today. And I've picked a few different ones. Hopefully you got them papers to go with it. You know, ballads can be, well, there's a lot of things that that people call ballads. I mean, some people think if Frank Sinatra sang a slow song, that's a ballad, you know. But this ain't that kind of ballad. Now back home, and in a lot of areas, when we talk about ballads, people are talking about, mostly in the tradition, people sang a cappella. And oftentimes, it wasn't even like real, just gentle, melodic singing, but sometimes it would be almost like shouting when they would sing these old ballads. And a lot of the ballads I do, I got from people who sang in that style, and then have to translate them over onto the dulcimer. So, well, I guess, I don't know, I guess I could give you, I'll just do my best to do a little bit of the style of singing that you might have heard. You should hear the old people sing is what I'm getting at. If you want to hear these ballads, there's recordings of a lot of these old people. Most of them are gone by now. But you might, they might do something like this style, like, oh, what is this that I can't see? With icy hands taking hold on me. Oh, I am death, none can excel. I open the door to heaven or hell. So, I mean, that would be, that's my impersonation of some of the old folks. I guess I was kindly channeling Kaz Wallen from back home, one of the ballad singers that used to be around. They all died off, I guess, 80s and 90s. Just an older generation, but a lot of great old ballad singers. So anyway, what I've done is translated them to the dulcimer, but I don't try to sing them sweet like a country singer. I just almost talk them like the old ballad singers would do. So we're going to start with one called Lord Batesman. And the other thing about these old ballads is there are almost as many versions as you can find singers. This is a version that came from out in the Ozarks. And now Jean Ritchie did a lovely version of this. She called it Lord Bateman. And it's kind of interesting the way that the words get changed around, and the you know, what did they include or leave out in the verses. So for example, when the version that Jane sings, she would sing about Lord Bateman was a noble lord of high degree. And whereas this one starts off with, there was a man in the state of Georgie. Now it's the same song that came over from England or Ireland, wherever it come from. But through the filter of passing it down to people who didn't, you know, they never wrote the words, they just did them by ear. So in this version, I kind of adapted it to dulcimer, and so the melody will kind of go like this. And we're tuned in D, A, A, or A, D. Now, what I'd mention on this is that's kind of way the numbers are wrote, I believe. I can't read them, so there it is. would do is, in the same way that I approach any tune or song, kind of play the melody with your strum. So if you have to fit in more syllables, you could actually put in more strokes. If there were less, you could maybe leave some out. Just don't be restricted to just what it says on the paper. But I'm going to have to read the words because I can't remember all these words of this version. So let's just give it a try. So it'll go like this. There was a man in the state of Georgia, and he did live to a high degree, but he never did. He lived contented until he taken a voyage on sea. He sailed east and he sailed west, and he sailed till he came to the Turkish shore, and there he's caught and put in prison. No hope of freedom anymore. The jailer had one lonely daughter, and she's as fair could be. She stole the keys of her father's prison, saying, Lord, babe, I'll set free. Have you got house? Have you got land? Have you got money to a high degree? And will you give it to a lady who will from prison you set free? Yes, I've got house, and I've got land, and I've got money to a high degree, and I will give it to a lady who will from prison set me free. She's taken him to her father's cellar, and there she's treated him on wine so strong, and every glass that she drank with him, saying, Wash I, Lord Batesman, you was my own. She's taken him we'll make this bargain. 3 long years, and here's my hand. If you won't court no other lady, sure I won't court no other man. 3 long years was past and over. 3 long years, just 1, 2, 3. I'll dress myself in my fine jewels, since Lord Batesman I'll go see. She sailfish came to Lord Batesman's castle. She knocked on the door till she made it ring. Go out, my poor old servant, and see who's there that will come in. Now, in this version that I heard this way, this is how it ends. Now, I've heard many other versions where it goes on that Lord Batesman comes to the door and, or she asks for a piece of cake from the wedding cake, and because when she got there, Lord Batesman was actually it was his wedding. He was marrying some local girl, and so she showed up just as they were just married, and said, "Get me a piece of that wedding cake," and they did, and Lord Batesman figured out who it was, and he saw her, and he came back in, and he told the new bride, he said, "Well, you ain't no worse for wear. We ain't, even gone home yet, so I'll give you a horse and carriage, and you beat it, and I'm taking the Turkish lady." So that's the way that I originally had heard it, but I loved the melody of this version. And I started off a little quick because I think about a lot of these old ballads when these Kentucky guys would play on the banjo. Now a tune like this, they would sing it. It wouldn't be so fast, but they'd... There was a man lived in Georgia, and he did live to a high degree. You get the idea. So a lot of times that's the way that these things would go. That there's many different styles and ways of playing these songs, so don't believe me. Just play it how you feel it. And I guess I should mention, if you like this old kind of music, I do a radio show once a week on NPR affiliate Blue Ridge Public Radio out of Asheville, North Carolina. But you can get it on that internet. And from 8 until 9 o'clock on Saturday nights Eastern Time, I play lots of old music, mostly old field recordings and some commercial field recordings, is what I'd call them. More older folks who weren't necessarily polished performers, but people who carried on the tradition. So if you like these old songs, oftentimes I'll play them on that show. You can get a link to the station at donpetty.com. So just thought I'd mention, if you're so inclined, it's a way to hunt them up. Let's see, what about this one? This is an old song that, again, one thing I'll do on that radio show. So Lord Batesman, I've done it, and the same with the Unquiet Grave. The next one we'll do is the Unquiet Grave. There are so many recorded versions of these things that I have occasionally played them back to back. Sometimes I could fill a half hour or 40 minutes with one song just played by different people with the variation on the verses and on the story, and on the melody, enough to make it actually very interesting. So I just thought I would mention about that. So here's another one of these old songs that I've heard a number of people doing. Slow it down a little. I usually play them a little quick to, because that's my comfort zone, right? So. Hey, wind doth blow today, my love, with a few small drops of rain. I never had but one true love, in the cold grave she has lain. My breath smells earthly strong. If you had one kiss from my cold clay lips, your time would not be long. Oh, down in yonder garden green, love, where we used to walk, the finest flower that ever bloomed is withered to a stalk. The stalk is withered dry, my love, so our hearts must decay. So make yourself content, my love, till God calls you away.
What song was that, Tom?
That was called The Unquiet Grave. And yeah, that is just it's a favorite on the radio at Halloween. It's but it's a lovely, just a love song about somebody who lost their love. And it's interesting, these are some of these reoccurring themes, where she says, "You crave one kiss of my clay cold lip, but my breath smells earthy strong. If you had one kiss of my clay cold lips, your time would not be long." That occurs in other ballads. I know Little Margaret, they talk about his girlfriend dies and he goes and kisses her cold corpsey lipses and then he just dies in her arms. But the thought was back then that if you kissed a corpse, then you would either die right then, or other ones I've heard is that you would be the next one to die. These were the old folklore stuff. But and on that one, like with the long ballads, I tend not to do it so much, but on the songs where there's time, I tend to play instrumentally, then do a verse, and then play it instrumentally, and then do a verse. And I only do that, I would not perform that piece that way. But as far as teaching, I think that I'm big on muscle memory and on the more you play it, the more it'll get into your fingers and it'll become second nature. So I tend to do that. Now this is an interesting song. This is from, of all the lovely ballad singers, there are so many great ballad singers. But to me, one of the finest singers that was in the tradition of ballad singing was Almeda Riddle, who came out of, she was over in Arkansas. And I mean, we have a very rich and lovely tradition of ballads in Madison County, North Carolina, where I'm from. And some really good singers, but back there, people tended to sing like they talked and they didn't try to, embellish their voices so much. Well, Almeda didn't either, but she just had a naturally wonderful voice. I got to see originally see a lot of these folks like Elmita at the Newport Folk Festival back in the 60s. And not being growing up in that tradition, she still just sang right to my heart. And then in the early 70s, when I moved to the mountains in North Carolina, I just got taken in by all this ballads. I just love the stories. I love the style of singing and everything. But I mean, and the other thing I would mention about doing ballads, especially on the dulcimer, I mean, I'm doing these in DAA right here. And the reason I choose the tunings is because I like to play the song so that if the low part of the song is played low, I don't like to hop on the other strings because I'm playing the old traditional style. I could play any of these ballads on the old dulcimers that don't have frets that go all the way across, the ones with just staples. I could play any one of these songs on those instruments. And so so I'm in DAA or AAD because that gives me 3 notes below do and I can do these songs. But really, if I was going to perform these songs, oftentimes I would not do, I don't know if I would do any of these in the key of D. Luckily, I don't, I'm not trying to be a big singer. I'm just trying to sing the songs and get the words across. So I do them here because it makes the dulcimer players comfortable. Whereas I really like, oftentimes I find that I'm much more comfortable singing in the key of F or in the key of E. I find those to be comfortable keys, but I'm not going to ask people to tune to them places in a workshop. But so anyway, so this one has 3 pages, and it's Alan Bain. We're going to try this one. And so let me see, I'll try to play it here first then. And hopefully I'm playing what's on the paper, because like I say, I can't read these tabs. Okay, so that's the melody. And I'm just going to do 2 pages to get those verses, and then I'm going to have to shuffle and get the last page. So, and this is one of these ballads, I try to find ballads with happy endings. Good luck. I occasionally do, and I have a few that do have a happy ending. This one is just a sad song. They're taking me to the gallows, mother, they mean to hang me there. The fall will drop beneath my feet and leave me in the air. So that's the beginning of this happy little song. And we'll find out what happens. Oh, I wished I had cleaned these glasses before I come up here. Okay. They think this one, and I'll say this about this, I see this as a movie. They think I've murdered Alan Bain, or so the judge has said. They'll hang me to the gallows, mother, and hang me till I'm dead. The birds that sing on yonder hill, those lambs that skip and play, are pure and clear of human blood, and mother, so am I. Yet 12 good men have found me guilty, guilty of bloodshed. So they'll hang me to the gallows, mother, and hang me till I'm dead. Lay me not down by my father's side, for once I mind, he said. No child that stains my spotless name shall share my mortal bed. And where there by his side I sleep in a narrow bed of clay, his frowning skull and crumbling bones would shrink from me away. For mother, I'm a stain on the family name, I'm innocent of bloodshed. They'll hang me to the gallows, mother, and hang me till I'm dead. Place me in my coffin, mother, you sometimes see me rest, with one hand beneath my head, the other on my breast. Place my Bible near my heart, for mother, do not weep, but kiss me as in happier days, and kiss me when asleep. For mother, then I'd be at rest, I'm innocent of bloodshed. They'll hang me to the gallows, mother, and hang me till I'm dead. For the rest do as you please, little do I reck. But cover up that cursed stain, that black mark round my neck. For they unjustly put it there. I'm innocent as I said, but they'll hang me to the gallows, mother, and hang me till I'm dead. Then a horseman appeared with a leathered steed, and tightly gathered reins. He sits erect, he waves his hand, good Lord, it's Alan Bain. Now, mother, praise the God you love, raise your drooping head. The murderous gallows black and grim is cheated of its dead. So it's a happy ending, but it's still a dreadful song. I mean, it's still depressing, even though there's a happy ending, it's still a little bit depressing. Anyway, oh gosh. Anyway, so, all right, so I'll let me mention this. Now, coming up in the future here, there are a bunch of festivals that are held online, and there's some that are held in person. Now, these ballads, I would mention that the ballads I would recommend that the in-person festivals give a whole different flavor to them. When you're sitting in the same room and sharing the stories and having feedback from the people sitting with you, and you're singing these songs and playing together, things come up where you can get more in depth about the stories, about the singers, about what's going on. It's kind of it's the way it was, originally done. People would learn these songs just in daily life for the most part. And at least so in person, it makes a difference. Now, online is totally convenient, and it's great, and I love it. I mean, there's nothing I like better than my Wednesday night jam sessions for my Patreon people or my online classes. It's family. But now I just mentioned this because I'm doing a ballad class at Kentucky Music Week coming up in June, I believe it is. You might check that out. That'd be a good class to take. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to get off of the ballads just for a minute and do a song relatively local to this part of Kentucky. And we're going to retune for this. We're going to tune our melody string up to C. So right now it's at A. We're going to go up to C. So we're going to be in D, A, C at the melody, or C-A-D. And this is a great tuning. Now these minor key tunings, I could just sit here all day and so this is a version of, I've heard, again, a number of versions of this. This is Little Pink. I heard it years ago. I was had a store, a craft store in Western North Carolina, and well, actually, I was going around to craft stores so that they would sell my LP, my vinyl record that just came out. And anyway, I don't want to age myself, but there it is. And I remember back then it was one of the few of those albums that was available, and I brought it around, and this one fella from this one craft store, his wife ran the store, and he was there, and met each other, and he said, "You've not heard of I.D. Stamper?" And I said, "No." And he said, "Well, you need to know him." And he ran in the back, and he brought me his copy of I.D.'s album and give it to me. And so I took it home, and I have to say that I.D. is one of the finest dulcimer players I've heard in that old style. And he lived over here. Where did he live? Ron, do you remember? Did he live in Isom or something?
I think so.
I think that's where he lived, and not far from here. Anyway, this is his version. I guess I think I'm doing some more concert. I brought a bass dulcimer with me. I'll do one in the concert, some concert with my bass dulcimer but I was inspired to do that by listening to I.D. His dulcimers were extra big. I mean, they had the deepest sound. They were deep-bodied and very long, and they were had that sound to them.
Don, did he play this with a noter?
He did. He always played with a piece of bamboo or whatever, river cane or whatever they used around here. His was, usually about as thick as my finger. I've got a piece somewhere. I don't know where it is. Might be in my pocket or something. That I have a thinner piece that of river cane. It's just a thinner piece. But he played. It's hollow, and he would, That's how he.
Slacked way down baritone.
He would what?
He slacked down, he played around an F sharp.
Oh yeah, it had that deep sound. I always tune in. So Dan was, if you couldn't hear him, Dan was saying he played way down like around F sharp. That's what I'm talking about with the ballads. Given myself to just play and not be teaching, I don't even think about what note it is. I would tune where I felt comfortable. I mean, a good rule of thumb would be tune your bass string to the lowest note you're comfortable with in that song, and then tune the rest of them to that. That would work. But I never even go that far. I just kind of feel where I want to do it and tune there and do it. But anyway, so this is the minor. We're doing it in D minor. And so here's the song. It goes like this. Come here, little pink. Let me tell you what I think. You're alone, time making up your mind. I used to think you're the prettiest little pink that ever the sun shined on. caused me to mourn, and you caused me to leave my happy home. You've caused me to walk that long, lonesome road that I never walked down alone. Now if you say so, I would railroad no more. I would track my train and go home. Now I truly understand that you love another man, and how can your little heart be mine? Come here, little pink, let me tell you what I think. You're alone, time making up your mind. So I.D. Stamper, I mean, he did some great stuff. He did a great Pretty Polly and his Darling Cora. Now I don't do any of those actually because I've got versions of them from back home that I just am pretty partial to. But
100 miles.
oh yeah, the 100 Miles is the best. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, so let's see. So we've got one more song here. Let's tune up. I figured I'd leave you in DAD so you can get back to the real world somehow. And so we'll tune back our melody string back up to D. And I hope that going through the tuning stuff, I mean, it's really a wonderful way of doing when you play the dulcimer, the old style, you know, the capos, all this stuff. I mean, it's all good. It's a different instrument. It's like lap guitar, that's what I think of it as. But when you retune for all the different modes and the different tunings and the different scales, and it really changes the way you look at this. It changes, the drones especially get very different when you retune for things. So this is one that came, I got this version from Frank Prophet. Lord Lovell. Lord Lovell, he stood at his castle gate, his comb in his long white steed. By there he came Lady Nancy Bell, wishing her lover good speed, wishing her lover good speed. Lord, oh, where are you going, Lord Lovell, she said. Where are you going, said she. I'm going away, Lady Nancy Bell, strange countries for to see, strange countries for to see. When will you be back, Lord Lovell, she said. When will you be back, said she. In a year or two, or 3 at the most, I'll return to my Lady Nancy. I'll return to my Lady Nancy. Well, he hadn't been gone a year and a day, strange countries for to see. When languishing thought it came to his mind, Lady Nancy he'd go and see. Lady Nancy he'd go and see. Lord Lovell, he rode on his milk-white steed until he came to London town. There he heard St. Pancras' bell, the people all mourning round, the people all mourning round. Oh, who is dead, Lord Lovell, he said. Who is dead, said he. A lady is dead, an old woman, she said, and they call her Lady Nancy, and they call her Lady Nancy. Wealthy cause for the grave to be open straight, and down to the shroud he turned down. And there he kissed her cold, cold cheeks, and tears come a-trickling down, and tears come a-trickling down. Lady Nancy, she died, it might be today. Lord Lovell, he died on the morrow. Lady Nancy died of a broken heart. Lord Lovell, he died of pure sorrow. Lord Lovell, he died of pure sorrow. Lady Nancy was buried in the church. Lord Lovell was buried in the choir. Out of her bosom there grew a red rose. Out of Lord Lovell's a briar, and out of Lord Lovell's a briar. They grew and they grew till they reached the church top. Then and it's there they entwined in a true lover's knot. For they're all true lovers to admire. For all true lovers to admire. Another sad bad. Don't be kissing them corpses. You're bound to go pretty quick. All right, so I guess that we're done with this. I appreciate everybody showing up and hanging out online. And there's plenty more to come. Well, Ron, you're going to be coming up here in a minute, and we're going to do some fiddle tunes, aren't we?
And you're gonna be up there with me.
And I'm going to be up here with you doing, Estill Bingham. You're going to do talking and playing about old Estill Bingham. He was a dandy. So stay tuned. Appreciate you. All right.
Well, hello, and it's good to see you all out there, except I can't see none of you out there.
Well, look in that little camera.
Oh, there they are. God, they're tiny. Wow, that looks like there's a person out there, actually. A humanoid. Sarah Kate in her office.
Right, there's two.
Well, I am tickled to be talking and playing a little bit with one of the most remarkable people I've ever met as far as a musician, and I wished I had the smarts to spend more time with him. I thought he was going to live forever, and then he
that's
was
so-
cut down in his youth. He was
What was it,
walking to
91?
work at 1990 in July. He was struck by a car and killed, and he was walking to work. I mean, how many of us are, 90-some years of age and still working?
Right.
Walking
and
to work.
walking to work in the first place.
And,
yeah.
and much less, cut down the prime of your life. And I thought I could keep meeting with him. It was such a privilege, though. What an amazing character and
Oh,
such
gosh.
a repertoire of tunes.
Yeah.
So, Mikey, if I could trouble you to spin that monitor, and we'll see where we are. While Mikey is doing the magic of technology here, I'm going to introduce someone who needs so little introduction. Don Petty here, my good friend and colleague and wonderful musician. He's put up with me for many and many a year now, and
Well, likewise, I'm sure.
I have to say, if anyone had, if there had been one of those security cams last night at the the dorm that we were staying in, it would have had 1 million viral hits. It was
We
one of
would have
the Laurel and
TikToked.
Hardy scene. How do you break and enter a house when you're legal and you've got the key?
Exactly. Oh, God.
It went on, and we finally got in the house. But, and it's true. My mother actually left high school to go on the road with the Three Stooges for 3 years or so there, and I always thought that I was probably
Yeah.
I was probably the illegitimate child of Curly.
Probably
you know.
Curly. That would be my guess.
Yeah, it accounts for the
Ah.
the dome.
Yeah, certainly.
Oh, a nice guy, huh? So put Don and me together, and we're not even getting close to the beard that Estill Bingham
Oh,
had.
gosh. And I've just trimmed mine. I mean, but when mine is in full bloom, I'm not even.
Oh,
we could add
no,
bodies and
I'm
not
in
get
full
there.
Santa Claus mode. I'm nowhere close to that beard that he had.
Yeah.
He was remarkable.
We had a few years more than we did to grow it.
There he is. Well, Mikey, how about switching the slide there? We've seen that photograph. That photograph was taken by Mary Nell Young, who did quite a bit of video documenting of him and recording of him, and we're really indebted to her
I just saw
for
her
having those. You did?
just 2 weeks ago.
Where was she?
Out in Texas. I
Out-
was
well,
out in
where she
Texas.
lives, yeah.
Her and Jean come to Palestine, and we hung out a little bit.
Oh, great.
Yeah, they're nice folks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she did a great job with the videos that she had of him.
Yeah,
Him and Hiram, too.
Yeah. She let him tell, the story, really wonderful stories. And that's one of the photographs that came from the session too,
Yeah.
there on his porch. Yeah. Okay, so I mean, you look, he was born the last year of the 19th century, and he lived to 1990 when he was killed. He grew up in Bell County in the Kentucky mountains, that part right near Pine Mountain State Park where that is today, and that's where I
yeah.
actually met up with him. He was kind enough to meet me there. Bingham Holler was just down the way a little bit from there. So to set the scene, what this looks like, this was coal kind of country in this part. Well, we'll go on. Next one, this is Pineville, where, right about where he lived, and you can see the way it's carved out and a bit of flat land in the mountains there, with the river right there. That it used to flood all the time, and of course, not like recently though. Next slide. One of the distinguishing features of it, my daughter always called it Jane Brock, but that's chained rock. And over the town Pineville, there's a rock that looks like it's going to fall on the town. And there were so many stories about it that finally they went and local Lions Club or JC's or one of those actually put up a chain. And then they put up a bigger chain because they were nervous that the one wouldn't do the trick.
Right.
And
It's a big rock.
so you can still see it there, chained rock. So that's right near where Estill lived. Next slide there. There it is,
There it is.
attached to the rock. Yeah, it's all that saved the community all these years. Next slide. And so this is kind of a aerial view there of what it looked like where he was growing up. And the next slide. So just a few facts about him. I always kind of like the fact that he was born on Valentine's Day there. And Noah, and his mother's maiden name was Deborah Miracle, which I thought was a miracle. A large family, which was pretty typical at that time. And his father was a fiddler, and that's where he got a lot of the tunes. He was learning to play at an early age, and interestingly, religion played a big part in his life. And that area, there were all kinds of, probably 120 flavors of Baptists and another, 50 or 60 flavors of Pentecostals. And so he was, in his repertoire, he played a lot of hymns and sacred tunes. We don't always think about the repertoire, the whole repertoire of a fiddler. We tend to think of, these are the tunes I want to know, what I'd call old-time tunes. And he never used that term, and he never thought about it. They were just, this is family music. These are tunes that I learned. And so just as much as I wanted to learn something like, Bullfrog on a Puncheon Floor, he'd just be as happy to play Were You Washed in the Blood of the Lamb right away for me next. That was part of it. He moved to Oregon, Riddle, Oregon in 1951, and didn't work coal, but he worked in timber, and he worked there for quite a while, about 30 years, I recall. And I was surprised to see they'd spent that much time away. I'd heard Linda Danielson, who recorded him there, a folklorist whom I met some years ago, said that he left because they just didn't like his fiddling there. They didn't want to play in cross tune.
Right.
And he was fond of playing in cross tune as well as straight fiddle, retuning the fiddle differently. So she recorded him some, and then he came back to live back at home there. Next slide. The recordings, and this is about the time I came to Kentucky, early 1980s, by Bob Butler and Mary Nell Young. And so those were late in his life, but he still had a very keen ear and good memory for all those tunes. So often, you kind of judge a fiddler by, well, he didn't have much of an ear, or God didn't play in tune. You know, a bluegrass
Yeah.
player would say, "Oh, those old time players never play in tune,"
Right.
and that wasn't the case. And particularly, you listen to something like Cookhouse Joe that Don and I will play, where it's kind of slidey and it's not major or minor, but he hit that note
Yeah.
every time exactly right. So tuning was something that was important, and he did that. He had a light touch with his bow. He kind of jigged it. There wasn't a lot of long bow kind of strokes. He was, if you were watching, I don't know, Monty Python or Saturday Night Live, they would probably do something, call him a slow talker,
Right.
kind of parody it like that. He was,
Bruce always said he was the slowest talking person he ever knew. He never met Stokely, my neighbor.
he's still getting that sentence out 30 years later, isn't he?
He's been dead about 10 years.
Yeah. Walter McNew, I thought, was the slowest and softest talker I'd ever met as a fiddler
Yeah.
until I met up with
Uh-huh.
Estill.
But no, I mean, the videos I've seen of Estill.
Yeah, he's very thoughtful, and he just wasn't going to be
But
rushed.
he was like that older generation I noticed in them videos. They'd ask a question and he'd just pause and then answer. And that's the way a lot of them old mountain people did.
They were thoughtful, and they weren't feeling
Yeah.
rushed by everything. You know,
Yeah.
we're so used to, oh, can I have that tomorrow? Can I have that right now?
Yeah.
Don, I've got a deadline. Would you mind?
I was at the hospital with one of my older neighbors that's passed now, and this woman that was a nurse asked her, "Well, so did you some question?" And Flossie would go. She'd pause and then she'd answer, and before she could answer, the woman asked her another question, and then Flossie would look at her and she did, and finally she looked at me. She said, "She got dementia." I said, "No, you're demented." I told that woman, I said, "You know, if you're going to treat people around here, you need to understand how they live." And that she never did get it.
Yeah.
That nurse never did get it. But I mean, it's he was that kind of just that generation of thoughtful rural mountain people.
Right. I think, it's probably a good time to say something about this, because I love that Mikey is here and making this available to so many people on YouTube. And I keep talking to people who are learning tunes on YouTube all the time. And I said, well, did you ever meet this person? Or, well, I knew they weren't because they were a bit long gone by that
Right.
time probably. And you miss so much when all you care about is the notes and the rhythm and the tune.
Right. Yeah.
You miss the fact, and I think, Doug Naselroad was talking about context.
Yeah.
That you put everything in context, but context is such a fancy word for you got to eat with them
That's right.
to understand. Okay, this is what it means. The way I'm used to being at a meal, where we'll all sit down to eat and then I'll volunteer to help do the dishes. You can't do that there. The men ate first
Right.
and then went off to the porch and chewed tobacco or told lies. The women would come and eat. I was clearly out of place when I volunteered to help with the dishes. I thought I was being polite, but what I was being was somebody who didn't understand who they were
Right.
and how they worked as a family. And then the women would eat, and then they would do the dishes. But the women at the same time wouldn't be out there in the field digging potatoes with us like
Right.
all the families that would get together and are working. And
Yeah.
you don't understand that fiddle tune until you understand how it works in that community.
Right.
And when they would play that fiddle tune, or when, I might like to, have a sip of moonshine, and this and that, but you didn't touch that until after that working was done.
Right.
And, there was a pattern to it, a timetable,
And a feeling. I mean, you
Speed.
get a feeling that you don't get off of video. You get a feeling when you're in that situation.
right.
I mean, it's not even all mental. It's a lot of it's just,
And then,
and that goes into the tune.
and then every time I play that tune, one of these tunes, I see Estill there, and it tells me,
Yep.
it informs the whole thing. So that's really important. I know this seems okay. You're here for a workshop on dulcimers, and
Well, if you're gonna play fiddle tunes on the dulcimer, you might as well understand fiddle tunes.
yeah. Well, and the whole point of doing fiddle tunes at a dulcimer homecoming is that a lot of the music that dulcimers are playing are fiddle tunes. You can play anything, but a lot of them would play the music at hand, which was
Right.
fiddle tunes.
Sure.
And or hymns or whatever
Yeah.
the family was playing. And so this is a good source. And Estill Bingham had some really interesting versions of tunes.
Yeah, lovely. It is some of the more popular tunes at my Wednesday night jams that I have online. Always Bullfrog on a punching floor.
Yeah. Old Aunt Jenny with the
Old-
nightcap on is the
know.
one that I played all over the world
Yeah.
now. And I played it
Old-
with Mongolians.
Yeah.
And I
Old
played
Billy
it.
Hell.
Give them old Billy Hell. Exactly.
I mean, these are great tunes. And also, what was that other one? Old Grandy Blair. I
Yeah.
mean, just, Estill has great tunes.
They're wonderful, and they're the architecture of these. We're so used to thinking, okay, you've got to play 2 A's and 2 B's, and they're all 16 bars or whatever that
Yeah.
is. Estill didn't
Or-
think that way.
Or they're whatever you want to.
They were, he thought in terms of little ideas that were like Legos, like that you could stack together in different ways. And I remember, even playing, you and I would play with Lee Boy Sexton,
Yeah.
and if you weren't listening, you didn't know where he was. He might play that A section 5, 6 times in a row before getting to the B one. And he wasn't just forgetting. He liked it. He liked it. He wanted to hear it, and then it was time to change, for him.
So many of the older generation fiddlers were like that. I mean, it's like, you better keep up. I mean, the one I always think of is Melvin Wine. He was one that he'd be playing, and he'd just quit when it was time to quit. It didn't matter. It was in the middle of a part or something. He'd just go, whoop, and with his fiddle, just whoop. And then if
You never saw Melvin Wine kick up his leg.
No, no. And when he would do that, if you didn't stop when he stopped, he'd go.
You know what? And he had that little gesture, that's how he always ended it. Just slide down it.
Yeah.
But you had to watch for it and listen
Oh
for
yeah.
it. Exactly. Well, okay. Let's take a look at another slide there, Mikey. Well, the tunings, and we already talked about that. Was the different kinds of tunings. This makes a difference to a fiddler because it makes some things easier to finger. The figuration, it's idiomatic to the fiddle, and it affects the sound of it as well. It brings out the drones and the harmonics, and I can play it up or down. When Don has to play with me, or another fiddler cross-tuning, Bruce Green, he has to know what tuning works with that, and that I'm playing a cross-tune so he can
Yeah.
accommodate it. And it's
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, on the cross, especially cross A,
cross
I might be in EAE, or I might be in E on the bass AA, or I might be in E on the bass AD. Those are pretty much the three I
Those are the
use
three,
for the
yeah.
cross tunes.
And it gets a little complicated because, some of those old players, and, I like doing it instead of AE, I'd do GD.
Right.
Which puts you in cross tuning, but just down a step.
Yeah, it does. On dulcimer, it really makes no difference. It's just how tight the strings are. The relationship remains the same.
Exactly.
So I would just be DGD, you know what, D, I guess I could go DGG,
CG.
and GG, and then just whatever, you know, DGC also.
Yeah.
Then whatever.
So, yeah, he was, tunes are crooked sometimes.
Yeah.
And the architecture is irregular sometimes. Another slide. So when you take a look at that repertoire, some of those are fairly common, but you know, if you're an old-time fiddler and somebody in the jam session said, "Are you washed in the blood of the Lamb?" they go, "What?" You know, and but you know, some of those bug-eyed rabbit, that's big-eyed rabbits.
Sure.
You know, but and maybe the next one, you know, I'm just scrolling through some of these so you can look at the kinds of tunes that he's doing. You know, some of them are songs. Crab Orchard Hornpipe, that was one that the only other person was J.B. Miller, Old Man Miller, who was in Lexington, a barber that made instruments. That was one he played. Cotton Bonnet, that's
That's a dandy.
good tune.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that, playing that a lot.
I've not heard it anywhere else.
No, I think he's really
Yeah.
pretty much the source for that. Next slide there. The Great Physician. I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look at that one.
Yeah, I don't know it.
remember that one at all.
These are all tunes Bruce will pull up every once in a while. Be sitting and he'll just pull one out that I hadn't played with him before. And
Yeah, now Bruce spent, you know, a good amount of
A lot
time
of
with him
time.
too. He was,
yeah.
besides Marinelle, yeah. One more slide there, and Kate's Got the Bellyache. That's
Oh,
one
yeah.
that Bruce likes
Yeah,
to play.
likes
I
that
know.
one.
How Firm a Foundation. I did play that with him because it's one I knew. Katie Fetched the Soap Home. That's another one. Yeah.
Kiss me quick, my papa's a-coming.
You know, when you see all those names like that, you know, it's just, it's wonderful. Those titles are so sweet. And Old Billy Hell.
Yeah.
One more slide. I think that's just pretty much almost the end of it there. Poor Tom Kitty Puss, and you've got that poor little kitty puss that you
Yeah,
play.
well, I
one
need
a
to learn
dandy.
that one. I know that'd make 5 kitty pusses I'd know.
So, I mean, from A to Z, pretty much, you know, they're
That's a good
quite
bunch of
quite a few
tunes.
fiddle tunes. Maybe good time to stop for a moment and play one,
Okay.
and then take some time to learn it phrase by phrase a little bit.
Whatever you
If
want to do,
somebody's
sure.
doing that.
Yeah.
Want to do Old Granny Blair? That's not one we
Okay.
usually do. kind of simple, but, and again, it's crooked architecture. There aren't two
Okay.
B's, there's only one.
Right.
You know, so you just, and I can't say that he played it that way every time. The
No.
recording of it
Yeah.
I have is like that.
Yeah, you no telling. That's one we do on Wednesday nights a lot. People like that one.
Do they?
Yeah.
Let's do it once, you know, kind of at a faster tempo, just to
Okay.
show you, you can play it, you know, as, kind of as a
Sure.
square dance tune.
Oh,
It
yeah.
works. Wouldn't work as a contra tune, but it works pretty well. And then we'll slow it down and do it phrase by phrase.
Okay.
Yeah.
You wanting to play kitty puss?
Meow. So.
Yeah, I can't do that. There it is.
Are
I
there
hate
any,
breaking them down so
are there
much.
any tricks on the dulcimer and,
The only-
and fingering it
The
or
only
thinking
thing
about,
about fingering is you get it any way you can. I tend to use the middle index and thumb, so but see now I ended with my thumb, but I'm gonna put my middle back down so I can do roll back up.
so you
that's a
kind of
trick.
anchor it, you change where you anchor it.
I changed it because other than that, I'm gonna have to slide up. So. So by rule, you would, if you're gonna roll up, you'd put your index for the anchor and roll up. And then you can roll back down and slide, and then roll back up, and if you're gonna, but if you were gonna come back down, you know, and see, it's, again, same thing. But now this came to here. And I'm rolling down. So it just takes some doing.
Yeah, yeah. It probably bears talking about for just a minute too. We'll do the beat part next. We'll get to it.
Yeah.
We're building suspense this way. You know how to keep a moron in suspense? So,
I'll run.
We're gonna get made for YouTube for bullying.
That's right. You are, yeah.
So
Bully.
I was talking to Lorinda Jones, and looking at, she was kind of like trying to play a tune with me that was, for me, it's idiomatic to the fiddle. It fits
Yeah.
my, really well. It wasn't so easy on the dulcimer.
What was it?
And-
Do you remember?
I can't remember. It was Lovely Jane, Melvin Wine tune.
Okay.
And what makes it interesting is dulcimers are generally in the position of having to learn fiddle tunes. Fiddlers don't learn dulcimer tunes.
You know why?
Almost never. Why?
Because there are no dulcimer tunes that weren't written after the folk revival that I know of.
Yeah, yeah.
Because they always played, they were
They always
ballads
played
or
whatever-
hymns. They would play the music of the area. They played fiddle tunes. Or
Fiddle tunes or hymns or songs.
Or songs, or,
Yeah.
you know, some silly songs or the old ballads.
Yeah.
But that's, you know, that's why.
And it's interesting, you know,
I mean, there
was
are
teaching
certain,
her, you know, Golden Chain Tree, which was a child ballad, you know,
Right.
a ballad, and some of them were just,
Yeah.
they took those ballad tunes and fiddleified them.
yeah, I made them into,
Yeah, so it's an interesting challenge for a dulcimer player because they aren't always idiomatic to your instrument because they were kind of conceived.
yeah, I mean,
Have-
there's truth to that. I mean, you can, I never had trouble.
You're a pretty fine player, Don.
Well, I mean,
It's
I
taken you a
just,
while.
well, I figured it out. You know, it took a long time, I guess. But I mean, let me put it this way: if you stay on the one string, there's only so many things you can do, and so you just got to do them.
Fair enough.
You know.
So the second part, kind of, and this is you know typical of some of the G tunes that he likes to play. It usually goes to an E minor. You know,
Right.
That's
That E, yeah.
kind of common thing. And he often, you know, give you that octave, you know,
Yeah.
but not quite in tune.
Yeah.
So it kind of takes you back home with that last phrase.
Bad, Don. We're in trouble now. We hit the dueling banjo button.
Quick, pull him on the hook. Take the hook to him. Okay. Let's try it just slowly once through, and then we'll do it once up tempo again.
Okay.
Yeah. Old Granny Blair.
Oh, Granny Blair, what you doing there?
Digging out fence posts, scratching your hair. That is kind of borrowing a little bit of Molly hair.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, let's see. I don't know. Where are we as far as those slides, Mikey? Let's try one, see if there's. I can't remember exactly where we were.
The songs, the repertoire.
After those. Oh, okay. We did. I've got some there. it might be worth taking a look at Old Aunt Jenny with a nightcap on, and there's a sound embedded with that, if you can play that, so we'll get a chance to hear what that sounds like, and then we'll give it a play. If that doesn't work, we'll just play it ourselves.
I think I can.
I'm sorry to make that problematic there, Mikey.
I don't know if my mouse is up.
Yeah, it's hard to see. You're getting
Yeah,
there.
you have a mouse there.
You're in the white.
Oh,
Oh, now you're up
up.
high.
Little left, little back.
Oh, there you go. You got it. You almost.
Ooh.
Okay.
That's hard.
Oh, a new technological
Wow.
challenge. Thank you, Mikey.
That's nice.
Yeah,
I never heard Estel play it.
it's nice.
I just learned it from Bruce.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
that's a good
you know, a
tune.
little uncertainty over how many times we're going to play it,
I know.
because there is that uncertainty.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, with
Well,
it.
and I was getting
Two
happy.
A's, two
I was
B's.
getting happy with it.
One of the things that makes Estel's playing, or any kind of playing, really sparkle is how you think about the phrases, how, you know, particularly if you're thinking about how Estel would talk so thoughtfully, and he'd put his words together in such a way that you could really follow them
Right.
as thoughts. And it wouldn't be all of a sudden everything was jumbled all together and you couldn't follow his thoughts because it all ran together in one continuous stream like a lot of bluegrass notes, you know, on a
Right.
banjo. The phrasing is so important, and that's why when it's crooked, and he played it crooked every time, it
Right.
wasn't like he's lapsing or forgot it.
Right.
That phrasing is really important, and
Yeah.
I made, he accents things by that, with that double stop. That double stop, to really
Right.
let you know you're beginning that section again or
Yeah.
whatever. So the phrasing is really important. There as it's transcribed, what it looks like on paper. Let's slow that down a little
Yeah.
bit, and I guess we can play that. We don't have to do the call and response thing again.
Well, yeah, it's interesting. So when we play it, instead of like, I noticed that what Estel's doing is just this. And what we do is we tend to start on the lead-ins. Yeah, we'll throw in those lead-ins. That's just something that we've developed, I guess.
Uh-huh.
And then also on that, when it goes down there, so. Not all the time, just every once in a while. Now, I don't know that Estel ever put that in, but it's just the way that I picked it up from
Yeah.
Bruce.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's probably worth taking a moment to think about that because
wonder, yeah.
we're, when you see it on a page like that, and that was transcribed from Estel's playing.
Right, at that
one time.
point.
And it's important that people start to think of it as that's the way it
That's
was.
exactly.
And it's not. And
It's not,
I thought I learned this from him, but I also learned it from you and Bruce. And I've also played it now 25 years, whatever,
Right.
30 years.
Right.
And there's a drift that happens and you make it your own.
Sure.
And not intentionally. This is not like creating new melody like
Right.
a bluegrass thing, but the
No.
nuances in how do you dress it up? How do you, and we're playing it for a dance. Every time through, it's different.
Right. So it's interesting. I mentioned that because I don't know if that's something that Bruce picked up from him. That's something that was just kind of embellished, but not really thought of as embellishment. I mean, we do that on other tunes.
Yeah. And it's part of, see, this is why YouTube doesn't work so well always, because when you've got a living person with you playing it every time through, it's going to be different, and there's your personality
Right.
and who you are and how you sing
Yeah.
and how your singing affects your dulcimer playing.
Right.
And I'm a shape note singer, and that really those
Yeah.
kinds of sounds and ornaments and things are in my playing.
I know. I notice your bowing. You square bow one note.
And kind of a
And
triangular
you
approach
triangle.
to. And I'm kind of circular and
Yeah.
round as well physically. That's the shape notes.
Well,
Let's
but this one, yeah.
look, play it once by yourself, and then I'll play it once by myself.
All right, I'll just do it slow. I'll do it simple. So I mean, that's
Pretty. You're filling in little things that might have been gaps, and you're filling them in sometimes and not. With
I wasn't thinking.
Yeah.
I thought the first time to just play the bare bones, and then
Let those
that's what we
variations
do
happen.
as square dance.
Yeah.
Or something, yeah.
Yeah. So I'll play it a few times too, and then
Yeah.
we'll go on. I'm trying to think of, how this is a workshop, and there are dulcimerologists, ostensibly listening and watching, and how this might be of use to them. I'm thinking about, well, okay, if they've heard about Estill Bingham now, they know where they can go to find
Yeah.
more about it and what this music's like and who he was a little bit and where he lived. And these will be archived, I assume, in some way. Mikey, is that right? People will be able to listen to these later on too. So if you go, boy, that old Aunt Jenny was a nice tune, go back to that workshop and
Yeah.
you have it, slowly. You can go back and listen to it and go, oh, the fiddle does this, but listen to how the dulcimer does this, and
Right.
might be of some use to you that
I
way.
think that I like the idea of recording. When I do my classes, I always record them for people. I mean, it might not be the best business practice because you don't keep coming back because you can go back to the video. But as a teaching tool, if I had that right now, I could reinforce it. Then I think that that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the video is a good thing.
We kind of joke about, there are only only two or three old-time tunes, and all that's different are the names.
Right.
And I always thought about this one, Old Aunt Jenny with her nightcap on. It conjures up a vision for me of what Jenny looked like, and a nightcap. How many people? I've worn nightcaps. I have a nightshirt. But not many folks do that anymore. Indoor heat, you don't need nightcaps at night, and,
Right.
and all. Lee Sexton had words to this that referenced Old Aunt Jenny. I'm not going to sing it right now, but it was pretty misogynistic, and her head was hanging on
Oh,
a gate.
yeah. I know,
Remember
yeah.
that one?
That was it Old Aunt Jenny?
Old Jenny Rattletrap,
Old Jenny Rattletrap.
but then he calls her Old Aunt Jenny in another
Yeah.
one of the stanzas of it.
Yeah.
And old Jenny Rattletrap, she come home, hair all down and loosened for her comb. Yeah, that's the one. And I thought about, you've got a dog named Willie, and in all those songs, Willie is the bad boy. He's the villain, or the cad, or the roue, or
Yeah.
he's the bad behavior. It's
not a
always
nice
Willie.
person.
Not a nice person. I'm going, well, what about Jenny? There are a lot of songs with Jenny. How come it's not another name? And it finally came to me, I think.
It's a mule.
The Mule. Stranger on a Mule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jenny was a mule.
Whoa, Jenny. Yee-haw.
Yeah.
Jenny.
I always wondered, because I collect Jenny tunes because my mother's name was Jenny. And it's, I don't want to call her a mule or nothing, but
She wasn't a stubborn one, was she?
not at all. She was literally a saint.
Yeah.
No joke.
She had to have been with
I
children
mean,
like you all.
Exactly.
Jenny, we're kind of getting towards the end of things. Do you want to, okay to try Cookhouse Joe and go to a cross tinning? Mikey, could we try another slide or two? I'm not sure if I've got Cookhouse Joe on there. People. There it is.
You can play it for me?
Probably not necessary.
So this will be interesting. I never play Cookhouse Joe.
Good.
I always play Goodbye, Hello John D.
Oh.
It's the same tune, only different.
Hey, John D., where you get them britches?
Yeah, you know, it's the same. It's a. No, that's Aunt
Nope.
Jenny. It's close.
Close.
But only
Yeah,
different.
yeah.
Yeah, that's Lee. That's Lee Boy. That's Hello John D.
Is that one that you got from Lee?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just getting it, Ronnie. That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've heard it.
It'd be hard to play John D. after that now, you know, having it in your head. Keep them separate. Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Should I try
Play
it?
the John D. Yeah. See how similar they are.
flow.
Does. It's really similar, particularly that one part where it goes
Yeah,
down there.
but it
low
has
down.
that different timing. That's very different.
Yeah.
It's different, yeah. I mean, it's not quite right, but it's getting there.
It's close. It's pretty close. One of the things about that one that, seems to be very Estel-ish about it, again, is the way he thinks about the phrases. If we were going to teach this one phrase at a time, probably, it's hard to break down, it'd be something like, and repeats that.
Right.
And then it repeats that whole thing. And then it's got this phrase. So, yeah, and the thing that makes it a little tricky, perhaps for a dulcimer, is that you got some notes in between notes on the fiddle here.
Right.
So you got that G sharp, G natural, and then
Right.
the G sharp.
Well, you just go as good as you can.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is where that 8.5 fret comes in.
Do a lot of dulcimer players have that 8.5 now, or is that
It's getting common.
more
I
common?
mean, I've had it since 1976 because I couldn't play these tunes without it. And now everybody's catching up.
And then so you got that one phrase that's dangling by itself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, then where's it go? Oh.
It has to jump up.
Yeah. So they're really three phrases,
Yeah.
but only one plays just one time.
That's right.
It's tricky.
Squirrely.
Squirrely. Well,
That's like who lived in his beard.
yeah, I've been hiding acorns in here for dinner here. Let's play it once together, and then
Okay.
we'll kind of call it a quit here. I'll see. I don't think I may have a few slides left with some references
Okay,
or
let's see.
something, but
All right.
I don't know if people have questions or comments or whatever. So. Again. Cookhouse Joe. I don't know who he was. Well, thanks so much, Donnie.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
Always fun.
Thank you, Estel. Thanks for the tunes and
Yeah.
the memories and the beard and the squirrely architecture.
Exactly.
Let's see if there are any other slides there, Mikey. There might be a few transcriptions, but I might have had a few references at the end. Oh, that was a video of it. Would you like to, can we watch that video maybe? If it's problematic, don't worry about it, but it's one way of seeing him actually playing it, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe too dark. You want to play a little bit, and then I'll run it back, and we'll see how it sounds and how it looks to make sure I've got everything set. If you want to.
Oh, I don't know. I want to play something else. Can.
Okay.
How about a little Cookhouse Joe?
Oh, yeah. That's fine.
Okay. Well, I suspect it's getting time for dinner again.
Well, we stopped playing music. It must be time to eat.
Well, thank you all for joining us, and come back for the concert this evening. We've got some programming they'll be playing while we have dinner, and it's been another wonderful day. We had a few rain showers here and plenty of sunshine in between.
Yeah.
The minute Lorinda and I were on the porch talking about the harp tune that she played last night, the Easter Snow, and then I told her about the shape note hymn called Winter that would make it snow the next day invariably. All of a sudden the wind came up, the blossoms were blowing from the crab apples, and it looked like snow.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's where we are at Hindman today. Oh, and welcome. Here we are, the second night of the Dulcimer Homecoming Festival. And it's so good to have you with us in your living room and in our great hall at Hindman Settlement School. We're going to lead off the concert with Sarah Kate Morgan, the queen, the empress, the czarina of all things Appalachian. She hates my introductions, which is why I'm inflicting as much vocabulary and multisyllabic terminology as possible in laudatory encomium of her magnificence. You are in for a real treat with Sarah Kate if you've not heard her. With the most, laid back, seemingly effortless playing, the most exciting, wonderful, magical tunes pour forth from her instrument. And her instrument, she's actually able to play her favorite dulcimer after having had the headstock snapped off yesterday. Well, if you were having a heart attack, you would want to live, right next to a cardiac ward of a hospital. But if you have your dulcimer broken, what better place than to have it broken at Hindman, Kentucky, where there are more luthiers per square foot than there are Dollar General stores. And that's saying something. So your headstocks are firmly glued back on and functioning, and Sarah Kate, we're looking forward to having you. And tonight we've got another wonderful evening of music. Willow's going to be joining us again, Lorinda Sue, Don Petty, and I will ghost in and out occasionally, and it's wonderful to have you on stage here, Sarah Kate.
Thanks, Ron. I love your introductions, Ron. I love every second of it. I'm still a little nervous playing my instrument that was beheaded yesterday, but if you notice that my dulcimer falls apart, don't panic. Don't panic. I have a spare. Well, I might have gone fishing. I got to thinking it over. But the road to the river is a mighty long way. Well, it must be the season, no rhyme and no reason. And I'm taking it easy. It's my lazy day. Well, never mind calling, 'cause I ain't a-comin'. Just get you on by me. Well, stay out of my way. Well, a little deep thinking might drive me to drinking, and I'm taking it easy. It's my lazy day. Well, they might have gone fishing. I got to thinking it over, and the road to the river is a mighty long way. Well, it must be the season, no rhyme and no reason. And I'm taking it easy. It's my lazy day. it's my lazy day. Well, I'm taking it easy, and it's my lazy day. Thank y'all. New strings are popping off all over the place. I'll do a Gene tune, and then I'll go into a fiddle tune, and then I'll ask my friend Willa to come up and play some music with me. This is a song that Gene wrote about a mining disaster that happened at the Hominy Falls coal mines in West Virginia, and it was happened in 1968, I believe, where a continuous mining machine had kind of punched through the wall of a uncharted mine that had been abandoned for a while, and this uncharted mine had filled up with water, and it flooded the working mine and stranded about 10 miners there for like a week. And she wrote this song about it, and she wrote it kind of from the perspective of that disaster, but from the folks at home, and how that affected the folks at home. And I always liked that about this song. Gene sang it a cappella. So I don't really know if it is in 3/4 or 4/4 or the cadence or the timing, kind of that she had in mind. And it's interesting, I heard some friends of mine at the Augusta Festival in West Virginia play this same song, and they had put it to music, and they played it in like 4/4 with major key, and I thought that's interesting how you can, depending on how you hear things. But this is West Virginia Coal Mine Disaster, and followed up by Goodbye Honey, I'm Gone, which is a tune I'm going to be teaching tomorrow. Oh, say did you see him? It was early this morning. He was passed by your houses on his way to the coal. He was tall, he was slender, and his dark eyes so tender. His occupation was mining West Virginia, his home. It was just before noon. I was feeding the children when Mosley came running to bring us the news. Number 8 was all flooded. Many men were in danger, and we don't know their number, but we fear they're all doomed. So I picked up the baby, and I left all the others to comfort each other and to pray for their own. There is Tommy 14, and there's John not much younger, and their time soon is coming to go down the dark hole. bring Willa up here. Willa. I keep saying Willa, but it's really Willow. Should I scoot over, Mike? Should I scoot in? I'll scooch. I'll scooch out and you scooch in.
Sweet. I got no bow to accidentally poke you with this time either, so it should be a little bit easier to work out.
What are we doing? Oh Lord.
What are we doing?
We're
the
doing
the goose song.
Yeah,
and
we're
then
gonna do.
and then the other one.
Well, the other goose song.
Regarding waterfowl.
This is our water. We are now. Our band is called the Waterfowl Warblers.
Yeah.
I
We,
just
we,
decided.
we didn't make that up on the spot just now at all. This was very predetermined. Strings, am I right? Strings, instruments, am I right?
Gosh, so high maintenance.
Look whose Dulcimer's back together
I
again.
know. It's so handy. Yeah, we'll play a couple Kentucky tunes that have waterfowl related. I know, it's a big hit.
Big
We'll
hit
do-
among the duck enthusiasts.
of all the duck fans out there, this goes out to you. This is, what is this? Geese a Honkin', which is a Bath County tune, and then we'll go into Ducks on the Mill Pond. Yeah. I'll do mine just a couple times through and then go for it. And I'll kick.
Okay. coming up.
Oh, well, thank you for
Thank you.
joining
No,
me.
thank you.
And now for something completely different. Don Petty. Oh, I was going to bring that chair for you.
Don't worry about me.
Oh. Where are the roadies? Ah, Dulcimers to the left of him, Dulcimers to the right of him, into the valley of music rode Don Petty.
I can either tune or switch dulcimers.
Thank God. Thank God we don't have any hammered dulcimers here. That's all I can say.
Well, not that they're bad, it's just you gotta tune them.
Tune forever. Absolutely.
Well,
Yeah. Such a pleasure to have Don with us on the stage. Year after year, from the very first homecoming here, and then coming to Hindman for many and many a year for various things, gatherings and music, and he's part of this place. His soul is stuck here, part of it, and
home away from home.
home away from home. Don has made it his business to fuse the people and the place and the music in such a remarkable way through his work over the years, learning a lot of these tunes and from people, particularly Bruce Green, who combed these hills for music. And then Don worked with the dulcimers themselves, the instruments made by the people in these places, and then played them in these places in remarkable ways. And it meant fording George Gibson's Creek on more than one occasion, and such adventures that you have doing this. But it is such a pleasure to have Don's presence among us here, and such gorgeous music. So Don, thank you, and
Well, thank you, Ronnie.
the world is your stage, and the stage is your world.
I just have one comment. Why don't I get big words?
Because Don is a master of the little song, the simple song. And I try and accommodate your proclivities.
Ah, there's one.
Your
Okay.
peculiar proclivities.
I just thought I'd carry on a theme there. Nope. Simple is good with me. Well, I don't know. I never think of what to play. I'm going to just play an old favorite. Yeah, Lorinda's here. This is one that Bruce got from, another one from Jim Bowles. Christmas Eve. Well, now that second one was, sometimes I'll throw it in, it was Stewart's Longbow. Let's see. These things have been, the air conditioning's on. I was going to play a different tune on that other dulcimer, but it twanged around, the wooden pegs slipped out. So I was stuck in D, so there it was. All right. So I thought I'd do something on this bass dulcimer just because it's a different sound. And Dan said he liked this one, so I'm going to try to do it for him. This is one I heard off of a recording of Doc Boggs and dulcimerized it. When I left my father's house, I was well supplied. Made a mistake when I did wrong, I'm dissatisfied. I believe I'll go back home. I believe I'll go back home. I believe I'll go back home, acknowledge I've done wrong. I'll go back to my father's house and fall down on my face, say I'm unworthy, I seek a servant's place. I believe I'll go back home. I believe I'll go back home. I believe I'll go back home, acknowledge I've done wrong. I'll go back to my father's house, the place I love so dear. There they have plenty to eat while I am starving here. I believe I'll go back home. I believe I'll go back home. I believe I'll go back home, acknowledge I've done wrong. Father seen him coming, met him with a smile, threw his arms around me, cried, here's my wandering child. I believe I'll go back home. My father's heart was filled with joy, his sons come home at last. I believe I'll go back home. I believe I'll go back home. I believe I'll go back home, acknowledge I've done wrong. Well, this son, he got jealous. I believe I heard him say, gave my I believe I'll go back home. I believe I'll go back home, acknowledge I've done wrong. Father said to his eldest son, you've been both good and kind. Not a calf have I given thee, but all I have is thine. I believe I'll go back home. I believe I'll go back home. I believe I'll go back home, acknowledge I've done wrong. Well, thanks. That's one of my favorites too, I have to say. So let's see. So how we doing, Ronnie? Should I do one more or two more? What's the? 2 more. All right. What will they be? Well, let me try this one. I had this little dulcimer tuned up into A because we played that one with Ronnie earlier. So I'm going to keep it up here so I can play an A tune. Close enough. There's one from John Salyer, Fire on the Mountain. We'll do one last one on this little guy. Let's see. All right, let's do. West Virginia. Old Phoebe Ice was strong as an ox, quick as a wink and sly as a fox. There's never any trouble at the old ice place, for she was a ruler of the human race. Old Phoebe Ice, she's darn near dead, a raring and a tearing with a pain in her head, with her toes turned out, her eyes turned turned in. She's a darn good gal. She's in. Old Phoebe Ice has laid a plan that every woman should have a man. So don't be shy, step right in line. You get yours like I got mine. Old Phoebe Ice, she's darn near dead, a raring and a tearing with a pain in her head. With her toes turned out, her eyes turned in, she's a darn good gal for the shape she's in. Old Phoebe Ice was out too late. She didn't get in until 8:30. She fiddled all night and the folks all said was the best darn dance in the wagon shed. Old Phoebe Ice, she's darn near dead, raring and a tearing with a pain in her head. With her toes turned out, her eyes turned in, she's a darn good gal for the shape she's in. All right.
Ah, Don Petty, the perfect marriage of music and mirth. After that somber prodigal there, we need a little levity in our lives. Absolutely. Well, one of the unanticipated and unexpected and delightful joys of this Dulcimer homecoming has been the opportunity to visit the shop. The Troublesome Creek String Instrument Company that is hosting this wonderful gathering is reborn, resuscitated. It's back to life, and they are making wonderful instruments. The hum of machinery, good conversation is filling the air, and something a little unusual. There's actual music taking place in there. I heard some mandolin playing, even as people were sanding and grinding and measuring and cutting. And, well, it's the one filly amongst all these colts. Willow is the one woman here who's working as one of the staff members of the Troublesome Creek String Instrument Company, and it's just been a delight to meet Willow this time. She's come down here from Florida. You're the only person I've ever met from Florida. You're actually from Florida, I
I'm
understand.
from there.
Do you know anybody from Florida?
No.
Nare your soul, no.
A few of them.
I
pretty
just
musicians.
recently found out that she's a member of a very musical family. Ducks on a Mill Pond was one of her mama's favorite tunes, and what a special thing to have a mother that knows about that tune, much less has it as a favorite.
It is one of her favorite tunes. She's still alive.
It is, and she's still. You do know somebody from Florida. Yeah, she's been hanging around all these nearly dead old white men here, so it's kind of a relief to know that her mother's still alive and well in Florida.
That was an inside joke, because I got family from Florida watching, so I can't go around saying that. But because Dan was talking about some musician in Florida, and he's like, "Do you know him?" And I was like, "I don't know everyone in Florida, Dan."
So, a multi-instrumentalist, a skilled luthier, and Willow, it's your stage, so have at it.
Cool. I'm going to this chair. Mikey says, go to this chair. This is the cooler chair anyway. This one is a tune that I learned from my banjo mentor, Eric Bryant from Melbourne, Florida. He's the orchestral director at O'Galley High School. And he was the one who really got me into old-time music. And he taught us this song during one of our fiddle classes, me being the only banjo player at fiddle class. But we have a lot of fun there, and I feel like I learned a lot. But this song is called Bulldog. And when I learned it, I thought it was about like an actual like dog, like bulldog. And eventually I figured out it's a Civil War tune about a type of cannon called a bulldog, but I like to imagine it's about an actual bulldog. So anyway, this was written in the Civil War before I was born, so this is I've Got a Bulldog. Thank you. I'm going to tune down to C. One of the things I'm known for, kind of, is me being an edgy teenager, is murder ballads. And I feel like I need to do one out of principle. About who wrote it, but I don't think it's accurate or historically accurate, but it was in the version I learned it from, so I sing it. It's called Willie Moore. Willie Moore was a king, his age 21. both fair. Oh, her eyes were as bright as the diamonds after night, and wavy black was her hair. He courted her both night and day, till in marry they did agree. But when he came to get her parents' consent, they said it could never be. She threw herself in Willie Moore's arms as oft time had done before, and little did he think when they parted that night, sweet Anna he would see no more. It was about the 10th of May, the time I remember well. That very same night her body disappeared in a way no tongue could tell. Sweet Anna was loved both far and near, had friends most all around, and in a grassy mound before the cottage door, that's not right, and in a little brook before the cottage door, the body of sweet Anna was found. Can't get it confused now. She was taken by her weeping friends and carried to her parents' room, and there she was dressed in a shroud of snowy white and laid in a lonely tomb. Her parents now are left alone. One mourns while the other weeps, and in a grassy mound before the cottage door, the body of sweet Anna does sleep. Willie Moore scarcely spoke to his friends, they say, and soon from them all he depart. Oh, the last heard from him, he was in Montreal, where he died of a broken heart. This song was composed in the flowery West by a man you may never have seen. Oh, I'll tell you his name, but it is not in full. His initials are J.R.D. I guess it's not really a murder ballad, it's more of a died under mysterious circumstances ballad. I got time for one more? Yes. Sweet. Okay, I'm actually gonna do a happy one now. And I'll see if I can remember all the lyrics to it. I haven't done it in a while. This is what I do with my family band, Boylston Fish, but I've been out of town, so we haven't really gotten the chance to play together. This is, you gotta quit kicking my dog around, and some people kind of cursory, just as they're passing by, hear the lyrics when we're out busking, and they're like, why are you singing about kicking dogs? And it's really a song about not kicking dogs, so they gotta listen a little bit more and hear all the words. I learned it from the Skillet Liquors recording of it, but I Googled it and found more lyrics, as I typically do, and I sing more than they do. Me and old Lem Briggs and old Bill Brown took a load of corn to town, and old Jim Dog, the ornery pup, behind a box. Showered him with dirt and rocks. Every time I come to town, you gotta start kicking my dog around. Makes no difference that he is a hound. You gotta quit kicking my dog around. They tied a tin can to his tail and ran him past the county jail. That just naturally makes me sore. Billy cussed and then he swore. Every time I come to town, you boys go to kicking my dog around. Makes no difference that he is a hound. You gotta quit kicking my dog around. Me and old Lem Briggs and old Bill Brown lost no time but getting down. We whooped them fellers to the ground, kicking my old dog Jim around. Every time I come to town, you boys go to kicking my dog around. Makes no difference that he is a hound. You gotta quit kicking my dog around. Jim seen his duty there and then. He sure let into those gentlemen. He sure messed up that old town square with rags and meat and hide and hair. Every time I come to town, you boys go to kicking my dog around. Makes no difference that he is a hound. You gotta quit kicking my dog around. He's the best dang dog you ever did see. Go round around and follow me. His voice is sweet, his name is Jim. He'd fight for me, I'd fight for him. Every time I come to town, you boys go to kicking my dog around. Makes no difference that he is a hound. You gotta quit kicking my dog around. Thank you very much. This has been an awesome homecoming so far, and I'm really happy to be here in Hindman.
It was great, Willa. Great to have you here. Great to have you in the shop and great to have you on the stage. And now, Lorinda Jones. Do you need some roadies to help move all the full assemblage of instrumentality about to take place on the stage here?
Love a roadie in my life.
Oh, and there's a roadie right there, and he happens to have a harp. Harps for the harpy.
And we'll just put her right.
And while Lorinda is getting settled, let me talk about her behind her back. Lorinda Jones is one of the foremost music therapists in the Commonwealth, one of the pioneers of that here, and a remarkable musician who plays with the trio Na Skylark, a wonderful Celtic band. I had occasion to play several gigs with Lorinda during this past year. She was generous enough to ask me to accompany her to a senior citizen center where we played for 2 gatherings, and I realized another dimension of Lorinda's life. That music therapy is one thing, and something that does something very special for people's inner being. But what she brought to the people in the, call it nursing home or
Assisted
living facilities was absolutely wonderful. She had developed such a community there going every month. These people had a real bond of friendship with her. She got them interacting with her in various ways. And they just, their smiles, lit up the room when she walked in there. It was such a wonderful time. I just loved being there in their presence and being there with you.
And they're still talking about that fiddle player.
I hope
want
you're
that
not
fiddle
bringing
player.
him back again. No,
They want
sorry.
that fiddle player back.
I'll come with you anytime. It was just great. So, Lorinda Jones, and one of the joys of this Dulcimer homecoming is that, yes, this is a place where the Dulcimer really had its strongest roots and reached out to the world, but it embraces, this gathering has embraced all kinds of instruments. We just heard the banjo on the stage. we're about to hear harp and tin whistle and all kinds of instruments that you brought to this gathering as well, and fiddle. So all of it's welcome in the world that is the dulcimer that embraces the entire world. Lorinda, thank you so much for
Thank you,
consenting
Ron.
to play for us.
Thank you. Well, the summertime is coming, so I always think of one of my all-time favorite songs, The Wild Mountain Time. And will you go, lassies, go? So I hope everyone will sing along with me when we get to the chorus. Here's the chorus. And we'll all go together to pluck wild mountain thyme all around the blooming heather. Will ye go, lassie, go? I'm going to play the verse again, and I want to hear everybody singing. And we'll all go together to pluck wild mountain thyme all around the blooming heather. Will ye go, lassie, go? And we'll all go together to pluck wild mountain thyme all around the blooming heather. Will ye go, lassie, go? Will ye go, lassie, go? Thank you. Thank you. That was a very popular Scottish tune, and I'll go to an Irish tune now. It's a slide. The cat rambles to the saucepan. It's one of my favorites. I love this little jaunting rhythm and melody, and it makes me think of my 4 cats that I have at home, and I'm missing the daily chore of open the door, close the door, open the door, close the door. They all come in at different times. They eat, they go out. They have to do this little routine. It takes about the first hour of the morning before they settle in. So here's the cat rambling to the saucepan. Okay.
They can still hear us, but just can't see you.
Okay. All right. We're taking a little pause. a pause, a cat's pause. Doing a little pause while he's working on the camera. Should I keep playing? If they can hear? Okay. All right. So we'll keep going with the audio only. Thank you. Are we still audio only? Okay, I'll describe what's happening. I am moving to the harp. That's what's happening visually up here.
I can't believe you were dancing while playing.
I know it. They missed the dancing. They missed the dancing and the dulcimer playing at the same time. So Willow said she liked the sound of the harp. I told her I couldn't wait to come back next year and see her making a harp.
Oh, no. She's gonna make a harp?
I think so. So Ron mentioned my group, the Skylark, and actually you got to play with Skylark at the benefit concert, at the Hindman Settlement School benefit concert that we did earlier or last year, and he got to meet the fiddle player Janelle Cannerday, and Janelle is a lovely person. I'm so honored to play in the band with her. She wrote a tune book this past year. It was amazing. She wrote all the tunes in the book, and she illustrated each tune with something that reminded her or inspired her to write the tune. She did the watercoloring for each of the illustrations, the cover. It was just such a creative piece of work. It's just beautiful. So one of the tunes
settlement school where technologically things have gone awry. And it's all Lorinda Jones's fault. Her music was so ethereal that we transcended the harmonic sphere.
Instead of it snowing, we had a blowout.
You just blew out the spectrum with your absolutely gorgeous harp playing. And, so
It was coming through a ride.
will you go with me, Lassie? Do we have a sound feed still? Shall we continue the concert with just the sound?
Well, we want to tell everybody out there that we love them for hanging on,
Yeah.
if they did.
Yeah. So here's what we're going to do. Those of you that have persisted, despite all the technological chaos and mayhem, we're going to continue the concert. We're close to being at the end. You won't be able to see Lorinda in her full sartorial splendor of embroidered blouse and gorgeous playing, but you will hear this, and we'll have a few tunes afterwards as well, and close out the evening. We're close to the end of the concert anyway, but I appreciate you all being here for this, and if you would like to sit wherever you are and listen to the splendor of the music, we'll be here for a while longer yet tonight, and we'll be back first thing in the morning for the workshops.
Great. So
Lorinda.
I'll continue with Ashbank Waltz and the Ash Grove, and then Ron will come back up here with me, and we'll do a tune together and have everyone join us for the finale.
be able to see
I
it, but you should
know.
talk about
Yeah.
what it is you're playing.
So today, it says we made our visit to the Troublesome Creek String Company. Played some dulcimers while I was there and picked out a lovely butternut dulcimer, and I'm showing it to you right now. Dan Cox over there, who's helping us out with our tech today, made this. It's so lightweight. It's just amazing how light it is. And these are made, so the frets are the stapled frets that go just partially across the fretboard. I know you can't see it, so it's only, the frets are only under the melody string or the top string, and then we have 2 drone strings. And it has an amazing sound. I'm using the noter as it's designed to be played. So we'll do a tune with it.
Yeah, and when we were playing together, you took it all the way up
yeah.
the neck, and it was really very true up there, the scale.
Yeah, get a couple octaves here in it. So we're gonna do a tune that, a great tune everybody knows, I think, in the key of G. We're gonna do Golden Slipper. So I'll play a little bit of it here by myself, let you hear it, and then Ron will jump in with me. Thank you. So thanks, Dan. It was a lot of fun.
Wonderful to hear it. It made its debut here
It
on
did,
the stage.
on stage here.
Well, would you like to get together and play one last tune here to call it an evening? Don, Will, are you still over there?
I'm awake.
Is your back all right?
It's better now.
Good, good. Let's play one last tune. Put it to bed, and tomorrow the workshops will begin again at 10:30. Is that right? What's the first one tomorrow?
Songwriting like nobody cares.
Songwriting like nobody cares. Why, I believe that's Doug Naselroad is leading that particular workshop.
Our very own Doug Naselroad.
What's something?
That should be a really an interesting one. Doug's quite a songwriter, and
That's a good way to say it.
When the rain comes down with a troublesome sound.
What's a common tune that you
are
like?
you in D?
This is D. This is
Pardon?
This is D, this
D.
is C, this is G, so
Oh my
whatever.
goodness. I'm in C, but I'm down to go to D if you want to, because penny
Should we
whistle
do the
sounds
D?
like.
Are you
Lauren has a
okay
penny
with D?
whistle.
I'm in D.
D,
Okay,
this
D,
is
D.
yeah.
How about
D.
Julianne Johnson, or
Yeah.
Is that whistle leaf?
is that?
Is that Julianne? No, that's something else, I see. I'll pick it up, yeah, I kind of know it. Yeah.
It ain't much. It's not a lot of notes. Is that good for you?
Oh, that's it, okay, yeah. Yep, all right.
Miss Julianne Johnson.
Uh-huh.
You know, all the best tunes are named after women, aren't they?
Oh,
Miss
yeah.
Julianne Johnson. Yeah.
There's a lot of them.
That's a good way to close off
I
the
think
evening.
so.
Thank you all for joining us today. The Hindman Settlement School, sponsored by Troublesome Creek String Instrument Company.
Yeah, Troubles Creek.
Many thanks to the Settlement School for allowing us to be on their stage. Mikey, thank you for all your perseverance
Hey,
and
Mikey.
wonderful
We love Mikey!
technological work.
DJ Mikey!
Dulcimer Dan, thank you very much for all that you gave to us here. And
You'll hear us in 30 seconds.
Our loyal audience.
Mike is returning back to New York tomorrow, and safe travels. And thank you for being with us. And you'll be finishing that guitar you've been working on this week. Next time you come.
August.
In August.
In August. So we'll expect to hear it on the stage here next year.
Nice Osage Orange. You were
Good.
sounding good earlier when he was playing earlier at the factory, and he was sounding pretty dang good.
Yeah. Wonderful. So we'll see you all tomorrow for the workshop at 10:30, Doug Nasal Road. Doug Nasal Road, and this will be songwriting.
Yeah, it's, writing, actually the title is Writing Songs Like Nobody Cares.
Ah,
Which is just the way to write songs. You just write songs for you.
Write songs for you, right from the heart, and
Right
Like
from
it,
the heart.
like it, like it.
Maybe put them in your back pocket, but write songs for you and see if other people, you know, when you're ready.
wonderful. Good way to begin the day.
I think.
Yeah. Good night.
good night.
night.
Good night. See you tomorrow.
Great.
Good night.